Hello, good morning, everyone, our distinguished guests, speakers, and colleagues. On behalf of Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, ICRIER, it is my pleasure to welcome you to today's roundtable conference on Stitching India's Apparel Export Strategy, a comparative roadmap for global competitiveness. I am Ayushi Gupta, researcher at ICRIER, and I will be conducting today's proceeding. To begin, may I request Dr. Ashok Gulati to welcome our chief guest, Mr. Rohit Kansal, Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Textiles, Government of India, and our guest of honors, Mr. Anant Ahuja, Director of ESG and Sustainability at Shahi Exports Private Limited, as well as co-founder and CEO of Good Business Lab, with a token of appreciation, please. Moving forward, I would now like to invite Dr. Ashok Gulati, Distinguished Professor at ICRIER, to kindly deliver the welcome remarks and to set the context for today's roundtable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Guest and Guest of Honor. I would like to start with a little story. It was in 1974. A young lady started off apparel business with 5,000 rupees. 10 machines at that time. If you have the will and the commitment. Today, she is the largest exporter of garments from this country. Sarla Ahuja, grandmother of this young person, should be an inspiration what India can do. Today they are exporting more than, I think, $1 billion exports, employing more than 125,000 people, 125,000 people, more than 50 factories. So from such a humble beginning, how an empire can be created, more than 50 factories, 125,000 employees, more than $1 billion exports. I think this story needs to be spread and told what India is capable of. I also want to say why we started off into, all my life I focused on agriculture, basically looking at food security, because when I was at your age, food security was the biggest question. So we dedicated our lives to ensuring food and then moving to nutritional security. So when our team started working on textiles, then people asked me, एग्रीकल्चर सारी जिंदगी किया है, ये अब कहाँ जा रहे हो, टेक्सटाइल में क्या करोगे? तो मैंने कहा, मनोज कुमार, रोटी कपड़ा मकान, सारी लाइफ इसी में है. When you ensure food security, and my colleagues would know, हमारा आज स्टॉक, वी आर द लार्जेस्ट एक्सपोर्टर ऑफ राइस इन द वर्ल्ड, और हमारा जो स्टॉक की कहानी है, अगेंस्ट a buffer stock norm of 7.6 million tons, which we should be having on 1st of January, it is 71 million tons, 10 times. और उसको उठा के फेंक रहे हैं हम एथनॉल में. So on food security front, we have done enough after giving free food also to 800 million people, which is nowhere in the world done. But the demand for clothing can never be saturated. हर 2 साल के बाद नया फैशन आ जाएगा. So since morning people were commenting, or you are in blue, your researcher is in blue. मैंने कहा देखो ये भी blue में, उपदीप जी भी blue में. So then I was told immediately all the exports, 70% of exports are in blue and white. I want to flag one thing. We are doing this work for 3 years. And we have already completed the first base work, which was looking at farm to foreign. That was looking at the farmers' fields, what happened in cotton revolution in the country, how the cotton production went up from 13 million bales in 2002, when Mr. Vajpayee took the decision of introducing GM cotton into the country. It went to 39 million bales by 2012-13. This was a bigger revolution than even Green Revolution, 3 times in 10 years. But then we started messing up with the policy of paying trade fee on GM cotton seeds, because the companies that were involved, they wanted to recover their things. So there was an IPR question and trade fees and all that. And we killed that revolution. 12-13, our production was 39 million bales. Today it should be 60 million bales. We have come down to 29 million bales. We have come down to 29 million bales from being the second largest exporter in the world in 12-13 and the largest producer in the world, beating even China at that time. We have become a net importer of cotton in 24-25. So that's the story on the farm front, but I don't want to dwell too much. So we looked at the farm, we looked at the yarn industry, we looked at the fabric industry, and we looked at the garment industry, and especially towards exports. Because high value exports, we looked at the overall development in the world. That manufacturing normally starts. Industrial revolution started with the spinning jenny. And in the UK, Manchester mills and all that, and then Gandhiji here burning foreign clothes and all that story. But then as the labor becomes costly, there is something called flying geese phenomenon. The textile industry moves from one country to another. Came to Japan, to Korea, and then to China, and now it is shifting even away from China because the costs are going up there and they are going into high tech, and they have come to this. So that's where we, from farm to foreign, we looked at, is this a time for India to grab this opportunity and this world trade? Because this is one of the most labor-intensive industries. So if we have to shift people away from agriculture, which happens as the development proceeds, then this is the nearest industry which is linked to the farm and other things. And then if you can capture the market, not just the domestic market, because our income levels, average income levels are still very low, so the demand will be still limited. But if you can capture the high value thing, that's where we started looking at that. So those who are not aware of the first work, I would submit, 1 second. This is the report, Farm to Foreign. And this is on the website, but if anybody needs something, I think contact person is here. So this second batch of work that we did over the last 7-8 months, we looked at what has happened in China, what has happened in Bangladesh, what has happened in Vietnam, and what has happened in India. Interestingly, India, in 2000, India's share in the global exports of apparels was 3%. Even today, it is at 3%. In fact, to be exact, 2.99. Bangladesh, which was at 2.2%, has gone to 9.9%. Bangladesh. Similarly, Vietnam today is about 6.77%. But China, interestingly, China was at 17% in 2000, went to 37% by 2015. That was the peak. And then it went down. Today it is about 29%. So if China went all the way up, how did it happen? And this is the story in the report. And when they started coming down, how Bangladesh could capture the market, how Vietnam could capture the market, but India was still sitting at the same. So the story of this new report is exactly this. I will not steal the thunder from what our key researcher team will be presenting in this, but I'll say one thing, because that relates to very hidden instrument of trade policy. China, besides many other things, access to capital, scale, capacity, and all that, what people did not understand well, and we did a study, I was based in Washington at that time, and we got a study done by a Chinese professor and an American Virginia Tech professor. What has happened to the exchange rates of India and China over this period? China undervalued its currency by about 22%. 22%. What does it mean? People, even in the export game, do not fully realize the importance of this very hidden instrument. This is an export subsidy, which was not allowed under WTO. Explicit export subsidy could not be given. But when you undervalue your currency, that acts as an export subsidy, 22%. So we looked at the literature, what has happened now? Of course, the Bush second administration started pushing China for some correction. They say, oh, we will do it 1% a year, this, that. Even today, the US security says that significant undervaluation of Chinese currency. IMF says about 8.9%, 8%, 8 to 9%. Goldman Sachs has come out with a report which says 25%. And there is one more report that is still saying 30%. My own assessment is still about 15 to 20%. There is an undervaluation of currency, which leads to massive export subsidization. But then their labor cost is going up and they are moving up in the technology front and going further up. And they are releasing some space. Vietnam exports are largely driven by foreign investments, and the biggest foreign investor there is Chinese. So they're coming here. Bangladesh has done remarkably well. What are the factors behind Bangladesh success or Vietnam success or Chinese that I talked about? Detailed 150-page report. The team has been working for the last 7-8 months. Will be presented here. And after we hear from the grandson, you have to take it from $1 billion to $5 billion export now. She has done what she could. And I think the younger generation now in the new context So with these words, I would like to thank everyone here, particularly our chief guest and Ahuja ji, guest of honor, and all of you who have spared your time. But we want to listen. People have come all the way from Tirupur also. That's the hub of exports. So what is happening there? And thanks. Come over.
Thank you so much, sir. It is my pleasure to now invite our guest of honor, Mr. Anant Ahuja, to deliver this special address for the day. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Wherever you feel free.
Good morning, everyone. And Professor Gulati, thank you so much for your address. I think you told the story of my grandmother really well. So I appreciate that. Her and, my father and obviously everyone at Shahi have worked really hard to get Shahi to where it is. And actually, I accept your challenge of going from 1 billion in exports to 5, but actually I think 10 should be the number, to match their, 10 by 2030. Yes, exactly. And I feel quite privileged. I stand on the shoulders of giants, as they say. And so today, I actually just wanted to take a little bit of time to share some reflections. The team had asked me to talk a little bit about what I think the industry needs and what could be some insights for the growth of this industry, which is so important for India's development story. So I think, it's quite clear that India presents a sort of interesting paradox in this global apparel industry. On the one hand, we have one of the world's most complete textile value chains. We have abundant labor, we have strong raw material availability, and a long history of textile craftsmanship. Yet, despite these advantages, as Professor Gulati shared, India's share of global exports has remained just at 3% for nearly 2 decades. We see all the other exporting countries growing, and we haven't been able to match that pace of growth. So the real question is not whether India has the potential, but how do we convert that potential into sustained export growth? And I think the opportunity in front of us is very real. So over the past several decades, apparel manufacturing has played a foundational role in the development story of many countries. It's often the first industry that's capable of creating large numbers of jobs while integrating countries into global trade. And we've seen this pattern play out in many instances, from Japan to Korea to China, more recently Bangladesh and Vietnam. Each of these countries, they built their competitiveness by essentially combining labor availability, strong industrial ecosystems, and coordinated policy support. India today has the same underlying ingredients. We have a diversified textile base that spans cotton, silk, wool, and now increasingly synthetic textiles. And we account for roughly 38% of global cotton acreage. More than 90% of the inputs required for apparel manufacturing are available domestically. And we also have a large and capable workforce and one of the deepest pools of technical talent in areas like engineering, merchandising, and textile technology. So from the perspective of a manufacturer working closely with lots of global brands, these are real advantages. And at Shahi, we've been part of this industry and ecosystem for almost 5 decades, for over 5 decades, actually. So we were founded in 1974. And today we operate manufacturing units across India. We employ a large workforce. Women form the majority of our shop floor employees. And over the years, we've grown into an enterprise with 100,000 plus full-time employees and 50 factories that produce for all of these global brands. So just to speak a little bit about the journey as I understand it, our journey has been built around a few sort of key pillars: vertical integration across the value chain, long-term partnerships with brands, investments in technology and sustainability systems, and most importantly, sustained investments in our workforce. One of the biggest lessons from this journey is that manufacturing success isn't just about building factories, it's about building systems. So really, when we can create ecosystems where infrastructure, finance, workforce development, supply chain all work together, that's when we can achieve a lot of success. And I will say that in many ways, India is no longer competing simply on the cost of producing a garment. We're increasingly competing on the value of an integrated system. So if we look at countries that have successfully grown their apparel exports, one thing becomes quite clear. Competitiveness isn't really about a single policy or a single factor. It's about the overall ecosystem working well. So we see that China built large-scale fiber to fashion clusters supported by infrastructure and coordinated industrial planning. Bangladesh reduced transaction costs through export-oriented systems. Vietnam leveraged trade agreements and foreign investments to create sort of plug-and-play manufacturing ecosystems that global brands could integrate into quickly. And India's opportunity now is to strengthen our ecosystem. Another important enabler of export growth will be expanded market access. Many competing apparel exporters today benefit from preferential trade agreements with key markets. As India deepens its own trade partnerships, it will help ensure that Indian manufacturers compete on a more level playing field in global sourcing decisions. And several positive developments are already underway. Government initiatives like ROSCTL and duty drawbacks have helped improve export competitiveness. National skill development programs are expanding workforce pipeline. Renewable energy policies are supporting decarbonization efforts, and large-scale cluster initiatives such as PM Mitra Parks have the potential to create integrated manufacturing ecosystems. From the industry perspective, there are a few areas that will particularly be important going forward. And I'll just quickly highlight those. The first is scale and cluster development. So global buyers today, they're increasingly looking for large integrated sourcing destinations where multiple parts of the value chain operate in close proximity: textiles, processing, garmenting, logistics, and compliance systems. So countries that can offer this sort of integrated ecosystem, they're the ones that tend to capture larger shares of the global sourcing. From a policy stance, continued support for these integrated clusters can play a powerful role. When fiber, fabric processing, garmenting all grow together in the same ecosystem, manufacturers are able to respond more quickly to demand and also improve their efficiencies across the entire value chain. The second area is workforce productivity and capability development. So India has a large workforce entering manufacturing every year, but many workers are first-generation industrial employees. So this means that investing in their training, their skilling, supervisor capabilities, worker well-being, these are all essential to building a stable and productive manufacturing system. In our experience, in the work we've done with Good Business Lab, a research organization, the data has consistently shown us that investment in workers are not just socially desirable, but they're economically smart also. When workers receive training in leadership and communication skills, then their productivity improves. When workers have channels to voice their concerns, retention improves. When workplaces invest in health and safety, absenteeism falls. So in other words, worker well-being and business performance, they're not competing objectives. They reinforce each other. The third area is supply chain upgrading. So as global demand shifts towards more complex products, including performance textiles, man-made fibers, sustainable materials, India's ecosystem will need to deepen our capabilities in these areas. And then finally, there's sustainability. This is one of the most important shifts happening in global sourcing today. Buyers no longer are asking only about price and delivery timelines. They're asking about carbon emissions, traceability, renewable energy use, and worker well-being systems. At Shahi, we began investing in renewable energy, digital traceability, ESG reporting systems several years ago, not because buyers were demanding it at that time, but because we believed the future of manufacturing would increasingly depend on these capabilities. And today we see that playing out quite clearly. Sustainability is no longer a compliance requirement. It's increasingly becoming a source of competitive advantage. And just as an example, a sort of recent one, we've seen that, although the US tariff situation may have shifted and evolved in a sort of positive direction, we are seeing that recently the US launched a trade-related probe into forced labor. And this is an area, again, a few years back, we started working with various NGOs, in particular, the Responsible Sourcing Network, to build our due diligence systems to prevent forced labor in cotton supply chains. Now, Shahi, of course, one of our customers, Walmart, had recommended this program to us, and we invested early on. But in order for us to essentially overcome issues like this, I think it would need to be an industry-wide kind of effort as opposed to just a company-wide effort. And so before I end, I just wanted to wrap up with a few more points. I wanted to talk about a third force that's sort of shaping or reshaping global sourcing, and that's speed. So in today's sort of data-driven fashion economy, lead time is increasingly overtaking landed cost as the sort of decisive factor in sourcing decisions. So India has the materials and the manufacturing depth, but delays in logistics and clearances sometimes have held us back. So it's not a structural weakness, it's definitely a solvable gap. And I think infrastructure initiatives that are existing are important steps towards improving connectivity between manufacturing clusters, ports, and export hubs. So to win the next decade, our supply chain must move at the speed of the consumer. So just to wrap up, India has the potential to position itself not just as a large manufacturing destination, but as one of the world's most responsible and resilient sourcing hubs. Achieving the outcome will require continued collaboration between industry, between policy and other stakeholders. And when these pieces align, I think the impact can be quite transformational. Because apparel manufacturing remains one of the few industries capable of generating large-scale employment, particularly for women entering the formal workforce, that means that this should be not just about apparel export competitiveness, but about the country's overall development. So I think that the opportunity is not simply to increase India's share of global exports, it's to build a manufacturing system that can be scalable, that can be competitive and responsible, and one that creates jobs, it strengthens supply chains, and positions India as a globally preferred sourcing destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for bringing the industry perspective into the conversation. I would now like to invite our chief guest, Mr. Rohit Kansal, to deliver the keynote address. Please, thank you for joining us today, sir.
Professor Ashok Gulati, his team at ICRIER, Mr. Anant Ahuja, distinguished participants, panelists from industry, think tank. Let me begin by complimenting Professor Gulati Sulakshana and his entire team for almost 12 months ago embarking on this extremely granular and deep dive project into what will move the needle on textiles in India, and particularly on textile exports. They have allocated themselves 3 years to do this project. And as Dr. Gulati has already mentioned to you, they have done one report and around 1 year, and we really look forward to their remaining work. But let me also say that it's not uncommon to lament on or reflect on the many misses that India has had as a sector. But let me for a moment flip the thinking around and talk of the many good things that we have been able to achieve. I think every desire for change or improvement must begin with a celebration of what we have achieved so far. And whatever way we look at it, the textile sector in India, including the export component, remains one of the most important and significant sectors of the economy. It contributes to 2.5% of our GDP, 10% of merchandise exports, second largest employer after agriculture, 1/3 of manufacturing employment. And if you look at it from a global lens, I don't think our achievements are unremarkable. We are among the best and the largest in spinning, including spinning machinery. We are the second largest producer of denim in the world. In all raw materials, whether it be cotton, whether it be MMF, we are either the first or the second producer in the world. We are the hub of spinning machinery, especially ring frame spinning machinery. We are the largest FIBC producers in the world. And many of our companies, such as Mr. Ahuja's company to my right, or Mr. Updeep Singh's company, who is sitting right in front of me, are legitimate leaders in their own right, on the strength of their own performance, on the strength of their own quantities and qualities that they produce across them. We have a 5 millennia year old history of textiles, and we have managed to hold our own across the vicissitudes of time. I am currently reading William Dalrymple's The Golden Road. Our textile exports from the Indus Valley and from later civilizations went as far away as Babylonia and Iraq to the west, Southeast Asia and China to the east. And this is a tradition that we have held on. Even today, we are among the top 5 exporters in the world. And unlike many other countries, we are not a one-trick pony. We export across the value chain. We export fashion, we export design, we export apparel, but we also export raw materials. We also export yarn. And I think these are achievements that certainly deserve a round of applause. But as I say so, I must not be carried away by self-congratulatory conversations. I'm reminded of what Lord Tennyson said in his very famous poem, Excelsior. Yet all experience is an arc whereby gleans that untraveled world whose margin fades forever and forever as I move. So this arc of human experience, this arc of achievement is what drives us further and further. And what is this untraveled world in the world of textiles that we are looking forward to, that we want to achieve? And something that Dr. Ashok Gulati alluded to. Our textiles ecosystem is $176 billion strong, with $40 billion in exports. We want to take this to $350 billion, with exports of $100 billion by 2030. This will require an investment of around $100 billion, $50 billion of which will be in machinery alone. And I do not want to see the export sector and the domestic sector as two isolated buckets. I think the competitiveness in the domestic sector will automatically spill over to competitiveness in the entire ecosystem and competitiveness in the export market. So what we really need to look at is how can we move the needle to achieve this growth from $176 billion to $350 billion and exports from $40 billion to $100 billion. Around 18 months ago, a group of people, some of whom are present in this room, came to us with a set of recommendations about what the textile sector in India needed to do to push up competitiveness and push up exports. Their recommendations fell in 4 or 5 broad categories: security of raw materials, consistency of policy, taxation and inverted duties, scale and cluster, and a host of other activities. 1 week ago, I was reviewing some of these recommendations with the same team of people, and I was pleasantly surprised to learn that 85 to 90% of the recommendations made by that group have been implemented in one form or the other. Let me just list out a couple of them. Let me begin with raw materials. One of the persistent demands of industry has been availability of raw materials at international prices and quality. And many of downstream users in industry saw the QCO regime as an unnecessary hurdle to the growth of the industry. Last year, we did away with the QCOs, not just on raw materials, but also on machinery, thereby opening the doors to a level playing field for international quality raw materials. We removed 11% import duty on cotton, again leveling the playing field for cotton. And the request for abolition of cotton duty has been made by many of you in the industry, and it is under consideration of the ministry. Among the other requests made by this group that I am referring to was about the reform of the GST system, particularly the inverted duty regime, which persisted across many elements of the value chain. And I do not need to reiterate that the sweeping GST reforms, which happened last year, not just ended the inverted duty structure across the man-made fiber value chain, but also carried out a number of other reforms aimed at simplification and boosting of consumption. Another demand which was made was labor laws, and last year saw the implementation of the 4 labor laws across the central and the state ecosystem. I could go on and on and on, but all of you are industry professionals who are well aware of the changes that have taken place. But the point that I'm trying to make is that the policy regime has been supportive, reformative, in the direction of predictability, stability, and consistency. Mr. Anant Ahuja spoke about opening of market access through preferential trade agreements and integration into global value chains. The last 18 months alone have seen the unlocking of an access to an almost $600 billion worth of export markets through agreements with the EU, the UK, EFTA, and of course, the United States. And when you add them on to the already existing agreements we have with the UAE, the GCC, Australia, Japan, the depth and breadth of the market access which is available to us becomes amply clear. The other pillar of support is direct fiscal intervention. When I came here around 6 months ago for the same seminar by the same team, there was some discussion on how India should try and build scale and integration in its activities. Our most ambitious effort in this direction is the PM Mitra Park ecosystem. And what is happening on the PM Mitra Park ecosystem? We started off with 7 PM Mitra Parks. I'm very happy to inform you that as we speak today, the first PM Mitra Park in Madhya Pradesh has not just been oversubscribed by 150%, it has seen some of the best known players in India come and apply in the park. Vardhaman, Trident, I could go on and on and on. The name of investors in the park coincides with the list of the top companies in the Indian textile ecosystem. In Tamil Nadu, we have already sold 1/3 of the land to investors. In Telangana, we have anchor investors in the shape of the Korean multinational Young One, besides Ganesha, Kitex, and we are happy to inform you that we have already started commercial production there. In Maharashtra, one of the largest and well-known giants has signed up, but I am not at liberty to reveal the name till such time as the formal agreement is signed with them. And an equally large overseas investor is finalizing plans of a $1 billion investment in the PM Mitra Park at Amravati. So this scaled and integrated ecosystem that we are trying to build is finally moving from conception to reality. It's large, it's integrated, it's located at one place, and it's trying to solve the problems of not just integration, but also circularity, logistics, quality, and speed. Each park will come pre-equipped with centralized facilities such as ZLDs, common steam, boiler facilities, besides a host of other facilities, including SCADA systems, CCTNS systems, etc., etc. The conception and the effort is to build best-in-class, scaled ecosystems, globally benchmarked with the best. And it is a recognition of the initial success that we have achieved in setting up the first PM Mitra Parks that the 2026 budget has handed over to us the responsibility of another set of mega textile parks. And we are in discussion with stakeholders to discuss the contours of these mega textile parks. Can we, for instance, convert mega textile parks to mega textile park regions where we can solve some of the problems that companies such as yours face when they require larger and larger amounts of skilled labor? The existing PM Mitra Parks provide for all social infrastructure, including housing for both workers and officers, skill development centers, design centers, R&D centers, testing centers, customs facilities, bonded warehouses, etc. But PM Mitra parks into PM Mitra regions will expand the concept of scale into an entirely new dimension by opening the possibility of large apparel parks as hubs to existing PM Mitra nodes. This is just one of the possibilities that we are thinking about in order to really scale the ecosystem forward. The 2026 union budget has been hailed by many of you as a textiles budget. For the first time in over a decade, the union budget explicitly dwelt on the textile sector. And what did it do? The union budget spoke of an integrated textile program. And what is this integrated textile program? Para 22 of the budget, the Honorable Finance Minister spoke about a sharp focus on the textile sector through an integrated textile program. And what is this ITP? This ITP addresses the requirements of the textile sector from raw material to export. The first component of the integrated textiles program is a national fiber mission. And what does this fiber mission do? This fiber mission talks about raw material security. If we want to take our textiles ecosystem from $176 billion to $350 billion, 15 lakh crores to 30 or 35 lakh crores, you need raw materials, currently at around 15 million tons to 35 million tons. This includes both natural materials, which includes cotton, silk, jute, etc., and also MMF, and taking into account the fact that globally, the ratio between man-made fibers and cotton or natural materials is 2/3, 1/3, we have to account for a similar breakup in the future also. Union Budget 2025 announced the National Cotton Mission, which looks at not just agricultural productivity, but also increasing productivity at the gin level. The National Fiber Mission takes it one step forward by looking at fiber security and fiber productivity across the fiber value chain from cotton to man-made fibers. So, at the policy level, raw material security at international prices has been dealt with through policy interventions. At the fiscal intervention level, raw material security has been dealt with through productivity missions on cotton on one hand and other raw materials on the other hand. What is the next element in the value chain? The next element in the value chain is production and productivity. You have raw materials, but you need to convert these raw materials into something useful. You begin with yarn, then you go on to fabric, then you process that fabric, then you convert it into apparel or you convert it into made-ups. So how do you undergo this process of conversion is what the next announcement in the budget looks at, which is a scheme called TEEM. Now, this scheme is the Textile Employment and Expansion. Textiles Employment and Expansion Mission. Now, what does the TEAM scheme look at? The TEAM scheme looks at how you can not just increase the scale of production, but you can increase the level of your productivity simultaneously while increasing the productivity of your workers. And Mr. Ahuja made a reference to organic clusters, scales. This is precisely what the TEAM scheme looks at. The TEAM scheme looks at how can you improve the productivity of your existing organic clusters? How can you plug the gaps in your existing clusters? One of the consistent demands of industry has been to bring back the tough scheme in one form or the other. And I'm very happy to inform you that one of the suggestions in team is to bring back a machine productivity scheme in order to ensure the technological upgradation of the machines in our clusters takes place with some kind of support from the government. But we are not stopping at users. We are not stopping at technology upgradation of machines alone. We are going one step further and looking at an entire machine manufacturing ecosystem in India. We import almost $2.5 billion, 20,000 crores of machinery every year. 66% of it is from China. Is there a way to set up a machine manufacturing ecosystem within India? This is precisely what one of the components of team looks at. How can we set up a machine manufacturing ecosystem in India, and how can we incentivize machine manufacturing in India? The third component of the team scheme is access to finance. So many of you, including large players, have spoken about ease of finance, access to finance, cost of. Now, access and cost of finance to micro players, to medium players, and to large players such as yours is what we are trying to look at in the finance component of the team scheme. How can we improve access to finance? But that's not enough, and that's not all. We are also looking at what can we do by way of technology upgradation. And when we mean technology upgradation, it's not just technology upgradation at the machine level. It's also about how can we productively use AI, robotics, dark factories, latest technological upgradations in improving the productivity, not just of the large players, but also of the MSMEs. How can MSMEs seamlessly blend AI into their operations so as to take advantage of the opportunities that new technology and AI is throwing up is another focus in the team scheme. So I could go on and on and on, but we have put out something on our website, and you are welcome to go and refer to this. So the team scheme has many pillars, and we try to address the needs of the clusters, the needs of production and productivity in a holistic manner by looking at access to finance, access to upgraded machinery, access to machinery manufacturing, plugging the gaps in the clusters, shared infrastructure for the clusters, addressing the information asymmetries in the clusters by setting up textile seva kendras, and then finally R&D, innovation, startups, AI, robotics, etc., etc. But I absolutely agree with industry that productivity and clusters are a necessary condition, but they are not a sufficient condition. And what is the sufficient condition? The sufficient condition is sustainability. The global sourcing patterns are changing, and our agreement with the EU may open up access, but we will not be able to utilize this access unless we are able to meet the requirements, the compliances which the large EU bucket demands of us. And increasingly, the world will start moving towards compliances. So what do you do if you do not want to make this compliance requirement an entry barrier or a non-tariff barrier? You flip the thing around and turn compliance into competitiveness. So what is our mantra? Our mantra is competitiveness, not compliance. We don't want to be compliant to gain entry. We want to be compliant to gain competitiveness. And how are we helping you do it? So this brings me to the third paragraph of the budget announcement, which is a scheme called Tax Eco Scheme. Now, what does the Tax Eco Scheme do? The Tax Eco Scheme aims to make industry compliant. And how does it aim to make industry compliant? Our largest use of chemicals, power, water is in processing, wet processing. So we are providing support for setting up CETPs and ZLDs so that you can recycle water and you can become absolutely compliant. But that's not enough. We are supporting recycling infrastructure. We are supporting both TRH and TRF. What is TRH? Textile Recycling Hubs and textile recycling facilities. So we are supporting sorting, collection centers. We are also supporting fiber to fiber recycling. We will support mechanical recycling. We will support chemical recycling. We will support all sorts of recycling under the TEX eco scheme. We will support recycling on one hand. We will support ZLDs and CETPs on the other hand. We will also support industry to become compliant by providing them access to all sorts of compliances. For example, GERS, Texaco, OKI, OEO. So whatever compliances you have, ZDHC, Blue Sign. So across a range of compliances, we will support you in getting audits done. We will support you in water and energy audits. We will support you in getting compliances done. We will also support you in accessing some of the decarbonization funds which are resting in other ministries, such as the Aditi Fund in the Bureau of Energy Efficiency. We will build a bridge for you to access some of the supports which other ministries are offering you for decarbonization efforts, and thereby we will support decarbonization. So we will support recycling on one hand, we will support water efficiency on the other hand, we will support decarbonization on the other hand, we will support certifications, and finally, we will also try to address the problem of compliance overload or multiple compliances by trying to set up an Indian eco mark which will build together essential features of the multiple rounds of compliances that all of you are being asked to suffer today. And we will try and build an India sustainability mark that will be some time off, but we will try to build for you an India sustainability mark so that compliance with India sustainability mark will automatically mean compliance with a large number of other sustainability regulations that we have to do. But we do need the support of industry in all that. And of course, we will have support for startups. We will have support for AI initiatives. We will also try and build for you a services e-marketplace. We will try and build for you centers of excellence, both in research, in policy, etc., etc. This is what the TEX eco scheme intends to do for you. So the fifth pillar of what the union budget announced is support to artisans. How do our handloom and handicraft artisans manage to get value for the products that they are producing, and they are not just restricted to subsistence wages? How does a handloom artisan who spends 2 months in weaving a sari ensure that the consumer surplus of that product accrues to him and not to the retailer or some online chain, is what we are trying to do through the India Handmade support initiative. So I could go on and on and on, but what I'm trying to say is that the integrated textile program in the union budget tries to address the requirements of the textile sector from farm to export. So, and many of you may want to know about design. So in our team scheme, we have provisions for setting up design studios, supporting designers to go global and to fly their flag throughout the entire globe, as it were. So whether it is policy, whether it is direct fiscal intervention, whether it is discussion with stakeholders such as industry, I do think that we have an extremely robust mechanism in place, and it is fashionable to talk about the Goldilocks moment across sectors. But I firmly believe that if there is a Goldilocks moment for any sector, it is for the textile sector today. We have never been as bullish, as stable, as optimistic as we are today. So across policy, across regulation, across intervention, across stability, across intent, the stars are aligned. They are magnificently aligned. And I think what we now need is support from industry, support from investors. And I will spend a few moments to dwell on that. So Mr. Gulati began with a story. So in my last section, let me end with a story. So something that you may be familiar with, but not everybody may be familiar with. So the year is 1978. He spoke of 1974. I speak of 1978. The year is 1978. The name of the village is Yaigong. It's a village in China. The setting is a thatched hut, and 18 villagers of this village of Yaigong get together under the light of a lamp, a diya. So these 18 villagers sign a contract. What does this contract say? This contract says that if any one of us, any one of these 18 villagers is jailed or caught or executed, the remaining 17 villagers or whosoever remains will take care of the subsistence of the families of the remaining 17 villagers. And what is the contract these people are signing? The contract that these people are signing is to do away with the collectivist economic vision which the Chinese government had at that point of time, and to divide the plots, the farm plots, amongst each other and work on their individual plots. This is the contract that they signed. Within 1 year, the production in the plots that they had divided amongst themselves doubled or tripled. Within 2 years, it became 10 times, and they all got caught. They all got caught because the productivity of their plots was far outstripping the productivity of all other plots which were being cultivated on a collectivist basis. They got caught, but none of them got executed because Deng Xiaoping, who was then the secretary in China, actually liked this, and this led to the opening of the so-called privatization model in China. But why am I saying this? I am saying this because eventually, what will make India win? What will take India to $100 billion of exports is not policy, is not regulation. It is the fire in the belly of individual entrepreneurs. And that is what I want from all of you. Government, policy, regulation is doing its job. But I need to see $100 billion of investment from the industry. And this is my demand, my request, my entreaty to all of you. Unless we see the kind of investment which will drive this sector forward, all that we say or speak will merely remain pious pronouncements. And that is precisely what I am looking from you. Dr. Gulati spoke about the flying geese theory. The Industrial Revolution brought the textile industry to Manchester, from then on to Japan, to China, to the Middle East, to India. But it is not going to stay in India if we compete on price. Therefore, we must broaden and widen the lens of competitiveness. And this can take many shapes. It could take the shape of sustainability, whether sustainability can be a long-term differentiator for us. What else can we develop which helps us make our textile sector competitive, not just on price alone, but on value addition, on higher elements of the value chain, is something that we need to think. And my last request, why should we have only one company which has a $1.5 to $2 billion turnover? Where is the missing middle in India? And what will it require to build 100 Shahis in India? If Mrs. Ahuja, Mr. Harish Ahuja, and his team have succeeded in building a $2 billion company in India with the same policy, with the same regulation, with the same incentives which affect the remaining parts of the ecosystem, what is preventing the remaining parts of the ecosystem from growing even larger than Shahi is a question that all trade and industry should ask itself. Our trade and industry bodies must more proactively work to end information asymmetries, to ensure that medium and small players who have the capacity but lack the knowledge are provided with the information and the leg up they need to compete in this globalizing world. Whether it is from demographics, whether it is from the flying geese theory, I think the next decade belongs to India. But we must not end the next decade with a what could have been lament. I think the time is now. The stars are aligned, and it is for industry to take the lead and move forward. I thank all of you for having invited me. And I do hope that in the next 10 years, when we all meet here, we don't talk about what could have been, but we do talk about what has gone right for India. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for your thoughtful reflections and for outlining the government's support and vision for strengthening this sector, sir. May I now request Mr. Kansal, Mr. Ahuja, and Dr. Gulati to jointly release ICRIER's report titled Stitching India's Apparel Export Strategy, Lessons from China, Bangladesh, and Vietnam, co-authored by Dr. Sulakshana Rao, Ayushi Gupta, Riya Jain, and Dr. Ashok Gulati. This report undertakes a comparative analysis of India's apparel ecosystem with leading exporters and benchmarks competitiveness across 5 critical pillars of scale and capacity, market access and trade facilitation, capital access, labor and productivity, and institutional mechanisms and cluster governance. The objective is to identify policy pathways that can help India reposition itself as a stronger participant in the global apparel value chain. You can access the full report by scanning the QR at the back of the pamphlet. The study has been supported by Kotak Karma through their CSR funds. I will now like to invite Dr. Sulakshana Rao, Senior Fellow at ICRIER, to present a brief presentation on the key findings of the report.
Thank you, Ayushi. Good morning, everyone. So textile and apparel sector has been the gateway to industrialization across the developing economies, consistent with the flying geese phenomena, we call it. And now for India, it is time to catch the flying geese. And this sector, especially the apparel sector, is all the more important for India because apparel exports are an engine for growth for India, given the labor abundance, and given that this sector employs almost 70–80% women. So this is the time for India to catch the flying geese, and this should drive the transformation from agriculture economy to a manufacturing economy. And this particular discussion is all the more important today because we have signed trade agreements with EU, which is the biggest apparel import market, and also with UK CETA. But the point we want to emphasize is that trade or tariff gains are not just competitiveness. Competitiveness is way beyond the tariff gains. And if you see the global apparel market share from 2000 to the current year, we can see that China, which has been a global player, has vacated some of its space from 37% in the year 2015 to 29% to the current year. But this has been taken away by Vietnam and Bangladesh, who are from 2% to 10% and from 1% to 7%. And India has been consistently at 3%. So it is time for us to look into how we can tap this potential because the apparel export market is huge. If you look at the volume of the market, it's 525 billion, and we are sending just 15.7 in the FY25. So if we want to bring our exports from 15.7 to 40 billion, the ambitious aim that we have for apparel export, what are the factors or what are the pillars of competitiveness that we need to focus into, given that we now have tariff parity with Bangladesh, which has been a major chunk of exports in the EU market. So it is heartening to see the internal reforms that have been happening. The union budget announcement came with a integrated program over the last year. We saw the GST reforms. So all these, as Kansalji said, the stars are aligned. But what are the pillars of competitiveness and how do we compare? So we have done a policy analysis between China, which is the biggest player, Bangladesh and Vietnam, which has shown a rise in recent years, and seen what lessons can we learn from these countries. So just to have an overview of China, the vertically integrated, they are 30% of the global apparel exports. Vertically integrated mega factories is the reason for their export scale. Cluster-based industrialization and co-location of all the production nodes, then the capital part and the export insurance part, which we'll look into. In case of Bangladesh, the LDC status and the tariff advantage has helped them to gain the share, plus the low input cost, especially in terms of labor, and the single window clearance and bonded warehouse and back-to-back letter of credit are something that needs to be emphasized for Bangladesh. Coming to Vietnam, Vietnam has had a slightly different way. They have utilized the FTAs, not just the numbers, but also the depth at which they utilize their FTAs and the FDI-based investments that comes into their economy, especially for apparel, and the dedicated industrial parks. So they have moved similar in lines of China. And the investments are coming mostly from China. Shenzhou International is investing there. And coming to India, we have been consistently, at 3% of the global apparel export market share. Yet, we have a full fiber to fashion value chain and a strong natural fiber base craft heritage, but still we have been at 3% of the global apparel market share. So this brings us to the rationale of the study that we have selected 5 of the pillars which we thought are relevant to increasing the apparel export competitiveness of India. We start with scale and capacity, the capital finance part of it, the labor and productivity part, the institutional or the cluster mechanisms, the governance, and then finally the trade facilitation that needs to be corrected. So based on these factors, we have compared China, Bangladesh, and Vietnam, and what lessons can we learn from India? First, coming to the scale and capacity part. So China, if you see, the mega factories have been the main reason for their 30% or 29% share in the export market. And these mega factories drive them. They are vertically integrated, reaping good economies of scale. And in comparison to companies in India, the numbers there are very high in number. And let's say Shenzhou International, which employs more than 1 lakh of employees, or Esquel Group, which has 35,000. But China's success is not just based on the size of the firm, but it's also based on the integration or the cluster-based industrialization, wherein every node of the production value chain is available, let's say, at 30 to 50 kilometers radius. So in India, we need to bring that. If we look at Bangladesh, average workers, export-oriented factories, 1,400 workers. But their advantage has been the vast subcontracting network and also the low cost of production that they do in basic apparels. If we look at Vietnam, these are basically the export orientation is mainly from the companies that are foreign invested through the FDIs. They have received around 35 to 37 billion of FDI, especially in T&A sector. And these firms employ more than 5,000 workers to bring to the scale that they require. And if we look at India, we have average in the factories 131 workers and an export-oriented 600 to 800 factories. But even in these, there is underutilized capacity which needs to be taken care of. And also we have, as the dais had already discussed, the missing middle, the medium-sized firms are missing in India. And if we want to bring our exports, there is a 24 billion of gap that needs to be achieved if we have to bring to 40 billion of exports by 2030. And for that, we need to utilize the scale, underutilized capacity, not just bringing in new incentives or financial incentives for new machineries, but how to utilize this underutilized capacity. That is one thing that we need to look into. And this scale cannot be achieved without, if we look at the 5 pillars, the most important pillar is that of capital. Because if we do not fix the capital part, we cannot scale up. So with respect to capital, the major, if you see, we have done the real interest rate, the cost of capital across 3 countries. It's not the nominal cost, it's the real cost. And we can see from the 4 columns that India has the highest cost of capital. In China, it is 3.1%. And in Bangladesh, nominal rates are 9%. But given their high inflation rates of 10%, in reality, their inflation rates are in negative. So then comes Vietnam, which again is at 0 to 1% of real interest rate. So we need to do something to make sure that the working capital and the cost of capital is reduced in India so that we can also scale up in that direction. China went one step ahead. This is about the cost of capital. Next is about the credit insurance. So China's credit insurance, the Sinosure, it covers almost 90 to 95% of the political risk and all the risks that are associated. And it's act as a quasi-collateral for the MSMEs. So the premium is around 1 to 3%. In India, we have the ECGC, but the kind of support that Sinosure provides to their MSMEs is huge, and we need to emulate that lesson to de-risk the finance from Chinese through their Sinosure model. And also they have aggressive fiscal and tax incentives, which are given in detail in our reports. And Bangladesh has taken advantage. The reason they can afford this low cost of capital is because the low cost global financing they receive from Japanese JICA or German funds they have. And Vietnam, the strength has been the FDI-based attraction and the infrastructure they provide to the investors. And in India, we have, on top of the high cost of capital, we have issues like, delayed GST dispersal, and the working capital requirement needs of the industry are not properly captured by the banking. So that gap also needs to be filled is what we would like to suggest. Coming to the third, the labor part. So labor-intensive sector, we have 45 million of workers directly employed in this sector. In comparison to any other country, it's the highest one. But if we look in terms of the cost of or the monthly wages, we can see China is completely moving to automation because of the higher wages. In certain clusters, its average it is 300, but in certain clusters, it's going even to $500 per month. So in terms, that is why they are vacating some space as well. So in India, Bangladesh, if you look, it's 113. It's in nominal terms. And given their 10% inflation, we can just imagine what would be the condition of the workers if we look in real terms, the wage rate. And coming to Vietnam, the wages are high, but their skilling part is what the lessons are for India. So Vietnam has a good industry partnership with vocational schools where the modules are trained based on what the industry requires, aligned to what the global apparel market requires. So this is a lesson that we can take, especially in terms of skilling, that needs to be aligned. And also the dependency on migrant laborers is very high in our industry, in Indian industry. So what can we provide to them, especially in terms of housing or dormitories? What kind of support can be provided to them is the next step. And also, the mid-level management is missing in India. We need to have academies which train the mid-level supervisors. And coming to the institution, the clusters and the trade facilitation. So if we look at China, the cluster-based industrialization has helped them. It is a multi-layered, kind of network that they have, framework they have to govern the clusters. And if you look at Yiwu International Market or Apparel, Textile City in Shaoxing, all of that have a co-located where all the MSMEs can come in under one roof and they act as knowledge, information asymmetry was spoken about, all that is corrected there. The finance part is also being taken care there. So these are the lessons of having everything under one roof, especially for the 80% MSMEs in apparel that we need to learn. Then when it comes to Bangladesh, in terms, they have special bonded warehouse. And in terms of China, we have the comprehensive bonded warehouse, wherein these act as a custom duty, wherein, you import certain things, hold it at a warehouse there, and then it can be, used for re-exporting without much cost associated to the exporters. And in case of Vietnam, there is an import deferred duty for 275 days. The payment can be, delayed. And with respect to China, one important point that Professor Gulati highlighted was the hidden subsidy that they provide through the exchange rate, devaluation. So the yuan has been, as per the studies by IMF and the US Treasury, there are papers by Setzer and Sobel, the Goldman Sachs model. They all say that the range of undervaluation by yuan is from 8.5 to 30% at the market level. So this acts as, especially in apparel, where there is a razor thin profit margin, this acts as a subsidy. And this actually highlights why, one of the reasons why China is dominant in the apparel market in terms of share. And not just that, when we come to India, PM Mitra parks have come, but these should act as a pilots, because whenever we discuss with exporters, what we hear is the time tax that they face, especially the cost of production is also in terms of the times or the lead time expansion, especially due to the documentation delays or multiple approvals that are required. Bangladesh or China or Vietnam, they all have this national single window, which actually acts as a national single window, and we need to work in that direction. And just quickly glancing through the lessons for India from these three countries. So scale and integrated and the cluster-based industrialization is something that we can learn and work towards for India from China. And then building multi-layered institutional frameworks, cluster governance, PM Mitra parks with differentiated rules, with differentiated incentives can be thought of as pilots. Then in terms of capital architecture, low-cost credit access, and also de-risking the finance and offshore model needs to be emulated. Coming to Bangladesh, 3 lessons: facilitate the capital, low-cost global financing is one part of it, but they also have this back-to-back letter of credit, which is absent in India, wherein, an exporter can get a letter of credit from the buyer, and then based on that letter of credit, without any collaterals, he can get loans for the inputs that he required to manufacture that. So such lessons need to be, taken care, and policy stability is one other factor that, we as a country needs to provide. And also the streamlining of claims, like the bonded warehouse model of Bangladesh or the comprehensive bonded zones that are there. So a true one-stop integrated model for clearance should be set as a pilot in PM Mitra parks is what we are recommending. And coming to Vietnam, the global integration story comes in how we utilize our FTAs. EU has been signed, but how do we actually capture that is the question. And the time or the window is not open for long or indefinitely. So we need to capture this right away. And based on all these findings, we have categorized our practical roadmap across these 5 pillars of competitiveness. And in the short term, what we are saying, just few points I'd like to highlight. The cluster exchange mechanism has been come up, but we need to have a national baseline study. We have clusters like Tirupur with us who have co-located, which are an example. So how can we benchmark that study before we take it to other parts of India? Then in the medium term, we need to operationalize the PM Mitra parks with differentiated regulation. MMF R&D, we have recently cleared the QCO constraints or raw material constraints that were there. Since that has been cleared, we need to focus on MMF R&D and also the NSW part. And in the long term, we should develop the integrated global hubs as PM Mitras with integrated parks associated. It should look like a textile town of China. Coming to the access of capital, the cost of capital needs to be taken care of. And also in terms of sustainability, which is the future, we have certain clusters which work on ZLDs or CETPs. These investments need to be incentivized for them to take this forward. And in the medium term, we need to improve the bank's understanding of the working capital cycles and seasonality. We have Exim Bank and SBI with us today to take this forward. And coming to the labor skilling and compliance and technology upgrading, scaling the worker housing dormitories is one part. Second part is the technology transfer. So as, Kansalji said, 20 crores of import of machineries is happening every year. So can we have a joint venture with these Chinese companies to bring that technology in India and establish this technology transfers through joint ventures is the way ahead. And lastly, to the market access and trade strategies. Given that the trade agreements have been signed, now it is time to map the clusters for cluster-wise product specialization based on the demand of these countries, and brand visibility initiative, how India wants to be known as a, let's say a sustainability kind of, supplier. And then in the medium term, we need to leverage the underutilized FTAs of Japan and Korea as a 2.0 kind of thing. And in the long term, we need to strengthen the digital sampling. China and all, already their orders are being, approved in digital ways. So digitization is the way ahead. And we need to employ that in our clusters. With that, I'd like to stop and thank you all for your time and attention. These are some.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. The floor is open for questions and comments. I would like to request, please introduce yourself before the question. That would be really helpful. Yeah, okay. Okay.
One question that comes to mind is that when we're looking at Bangladesh, Vietnam, and India, one distinguishing feature is that there's a lot of FDI that has gone into both Vietnam and Bangladesh. And surprisingly, it's actually not China that is the largest investor, it is South Korea. So we may have had apprehensions about Chinese investments for many years, but why is it that we have not been able to attract investment from South Korea? And they've been investing in the entire value chain.
But yes, maybe Mr. Ahuja will answer this question.
I actually, it's hard to say, but I think that from talking to some of the large South Korean firms, I think Youngwon is a South Korean. Yeah, so they are now looking at India. I guess for them it was easier to begin in places like Vietnam. Of course, that's true. I think for them, they don't have the labor or land in their own country to build large manufacturing, at least according to today's kind of standards. So I don't specifically know why they chose to prioritize Vietnam and Bangladesh, but I do think that now they're seriously looking at India and already beginning to invest.
Let me answer this question. First wave of FDI was driven by, so-called preferential trade agreements. I mean, let me take you to another example. See, Havasa in Ethiopia saw a whole wave of investments by people because it was driven by what was called AGOA then, preferential access to the US market. So a lot of these investments are actually driven by which country or which location is giving them preferential market access. So the Bangladeshis had LDC access. Vietnam was better integrated into global value chains. But having said so, see, the South Koreans have come to our PM Mitra Park in Telangana. The Japanese are investing. Epic is investing in Odisha. So Ramatex is investing in Tamil Nadu. RG is investing, which is a Singapore-based MMF producer, is investing in Tamil Nadu. So it is happening, but I do agree with you that we should have it at a much larger scale.
Northern states like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, or Bihar, they have come up with a very fantastic investor-friendly policies, especially in apparel and textile, capital subsidy, wages subsidy, and all sort of things. Probably they have not marketed themselves well, because most of these states I am seeing, they are marketing themselves to the clusters like Delhi, NCR, or Bangalore, or Mumbai. They have not thought of going to aggressive roadshows in South Korea, China, or Vietnam, because Vietnam also now is bursting at the seam. They don't have the capacity to expand further. So if these states They go to these countries with aggressive road shows, and probably they can attract more FDIs. Not the large ones, maybe the medium-sized company can also come and set up here. Thank you.
It's happening, and we probably need to be more aggressive about this. So last question.
On a
Yeah.
little, I would say, cautionary note, overall FDI investments net is negative now in India. So we have to think why. People are going, Indians are investing more outside than others are coming inside. This is at a macro scale.
Including textiles.
So that's a overall,
Textiles, it's not
that
negative.
means the ecosystem.
Sorry. Textiles is actually standing up for those who are going outside.
So I have one comment,
Yeah.
followed by a short question. Comment is, when I met Kansalji in 10th of December 22, and he had just joined textile ministry 4 or 5 days. And in his first speech, somebody gave him some points to speak. And I think now in 1200 days, he can write a book. So that is something, and that is something I must say, because this helps the industry. It's not that I want to praise Kansalji, I also want to correlate this to the industry. Because I have seen in last 3-4 years, what has been done is, he has been listening, he has been digesting it, and then he had been very openly discussing
Yes.
with the stakeholders. So that is something which has really brought in these 1200 days, we have seen the change in the government. At the same time, Gulati sahab, 1 minute. I also want to congratulate him. I don't know, most of us know it, that by the time your next report comes in, he might not be in the textile ministry. He has been promoted as secretary, we all know it. And my last question to you, Kansal sahab, now in the end. All these schemes, Team, Teco, all these schemes, when they will see the implementations light?
Yeah, so that's a valid point. I think this is one last comment which I want to make, that any scheme is only as good as it is implemented. So we know the problems. Broadly, we know the problems. I think what Sulakshana said here is what I spoke and what Mr. Ahuja spoke. So we are broadly aligned on this. So, industry is aware. We are doing stakeholder consultations. We finished the first consultation last week in Mumbai. We will do 3 more stakeholder consultations. And so realistically speaking, I think we are giving ourselves around 4 to 5 months for implementation of these schemes, if all goes well. Within 5 months, we should see that these schemes are approved and then implemented. And they will be for a period of 5 years. So I solicit the support of industry. We have been getting many sets of feedback from you, but comments are welcome.
Updeep ji, let me say the inspiration and the commitment that he has, you will definitely see a book. वो टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्ट्री में रहे या ना रहे, जुलाई conference is there, big textile, right? You will see the book there.
Can I leave now?
Question?
Yeah,
I think
sorry.
so.
We'll have one last
Yeah,
question, then
yeah.
I will have to leave.
Thank you, both Kansalji and Mr. Ahuja. It's wonderful listening to the achievements of the garment and the textile industry. I had a question that, in your opinion, do you think informality is driving some of the problems in the sector? Do you think that is a problem, informality?
You want to go for it? Huh? So, yes. So, you see, we have a large domestic market. We have a large domestic market and we have a small export market. Informality is largely in the domestic sector. The export sector is fairly formal. They cannot but be formal. So they have to be formal. But I think, when I spoke about information asymmetry and when I spoke about the role of the councils, this is precisely what I meant. We have to drive the system from informality to increasing levels of formality, because only when they become completely formal can they enter the export ecosystem? And when I said about the overall ecosystem being competitive, this was one of the things I had at the back of my mind. You see, counterintuitively, informal sectors are sometimes more productive than formal sectors, which is counterintuitive but true. But that is for a variety of other reasons also. But then if we have to have an ecosystem which is globally competitive, you have to be both formal and competitive.
Thank you so much, everyone. We will now break for tea and coffee for 10 minutes, and hopefully we can join back around 11:55.
Thank you very much. That's
आप लोगों को खिंचवानी है फोटो?
Yes, yes, yeah. You're in touch. Yeah, our team is in touch.
बढ़िया.
Of course, please, of course, please. इसको पीछे रखो. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cup of tea.
Yes, I just wanted to.
Excuse me, everyone, if I could request everyone to settle down, please. Ria? Request the panelists to join us on the dais, please. Updeep, sir. Welcome back. We now move to our first panel discussion titled The Way Ahead Building India's Textile and Apparel Export Competitiveness from Fiber to Fashion. To guide this discussion, we have Dr. Gulati as the chair. Allow me to briefly introduce our distinguished panelists. We have Ms. Chandrima Chatterjee, Secretary General City, Mr. Vinod Kumar, President India SME Forum, joining us online, Mr. Ajay Rana, Regional Head Exim Bank, Mr. Chandrabhushan Singh, GM and Director SBI MSME Center of Excellence, and Mr. Updeep Singh, Resident Director Wellspun World. With that, I would request Dr. Gulati to kindly take over.
Thank you very much. I think we had a very inspiring session. The chief guest has been very, very optimistic. And I would definitely catch him after 5 years in 2030, because the apparel export target is at $40 billion. We are hovering around 15.7 or something like that. Let's say $16 billion we are at, and it has to go to $40 billion. So I talked to Mr. Anant, Shahi exporter, because he's the largest exporter of the country. And he said, we are targeting from 1 billion to 2 billion with 50 factories. Now, if you want to jump from 16 to 40 billion, then how many factories you will need of that formal sector, which can do the due compliance and all those things. So it's a challenge, but good to see that the government is quite optimistic and working on it. That's a good sign. At least a lot of mention in the budget also is there. So the real people are here who have to make the needle move, right? So Chandrimaji, I think the first question, now I don't know whether they have shared the questions with you earlier. It has been given to me by the team.
As I said, sir, our answers remain the same.
That's a good one. So we are ultimately looking at how some of the experience and some of the lessons that we can learn from these three countries to really go from 3% to 5% to 6% of the global share. Just remaining in the domestic market, China is a big country, so they fed their people, they have clothed their people, and then they are clothing the world, literally. And we haven't moved the needle at all. I mean, 3% over 25 years, that doesn't speak very good to me. As individual company here and there is fine, but overall macro perspective, I think if we have to get this sector moving. So the question is, much of the discussions on export competitiveness focuses on garments, but the strength of the upstream textile ecosystem is equally critical. From cities' perspective, what are the key structural constraints in India's textile segment, like spinning, weaving, processing, that ultimately affect our competitiveness of our apparel exports? And what is it that China or Bangladesh or Vietnam have done, as per your knowledge, which is missing in our system? And we need to put it in place. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gulati. I missed a bit of the study, but I think we all know broadly, and though I would be very keen to know anything new we can look at in terms of the competitiveness roadmap. But you're very correct. I think India takes pride and should correctly as one of the very few with a presence in the entire textile value chain. But has that given us strength as as the second largest producer of cotton, MMF, and so many natural fibers today? Where do you think where do we think we are in terms of cost competitiveness? There is a big challenge there. Be it cotton, be it MMF, we have for the last few years at least consistently been not at par with the global prices, especially prices of the 2-3 countries you're talking about. Cotton, we have been largely more expensive by 10 to 12%. MMF has been very volatile. In fact, there were times, thanks to QCO, now it's far more stable. But before that, we have seen difference of up to 35% in the cost of the polyester. Now, again, because of the global uncertainties, the volatility is there. So we always felt that there should be a fiber policy of a fund for price stabilization. Because as one of the largest producers of this, if we could have managed through a better stock position or other policy interventions, that stability had to be there. But unfortunately, especially in cotton, which though we are striving to move into the MMF segment, cotton will remain our mainstay. And I think there is no harm because there's a growing preference amongst consumers for natural fibers, not just cotton. And in that space, we are otherwise going very strong in terms of innovation, new products in the market. But about the costing, there is still a lot of things to be done. Cotton, in fact, now it's a season of Chintan Shivers. We had a Chintan Shivir on cotton in Nagpur 3-4 days back, and the root causes still seem to be not very low-hanging fruits, be it good seeds, which can give higher productivity, which seems to be the root cause of that, to still contamination levels, and some of it sadly are increasing and not decreasing. So that puts this question as to, are we moving in the right direction? There, of course, problem statements are law, Dr. Gulati. I nowadays really try to work hard on where can the solutions be, and AI and digital ways are being looked at as a very important aspect of that, including in starting from the cotton contamination point of view. So there, some work at individual level is happening now on to see how, because a spinning unit is already at a loss when it is taking a cotton which is already pressed, but it is a contaminated cotton. So you are not just the cost, it is the whole process where you are lagging one step behind your Chinese or Vietnamese counterparts there. So the spinning industry, though it has a good technology in place, but the raw material has been a cause of competitiveness erosion. So how much of digitization and AI can supplement that? It has been heartening to see that many of the spinning mills have taken to a lot of automation to reduce their production level optimization, enhance that. But since the cotton part of it is in a different ministry with a completely different set of policy priorities and imperatives, that disconnect is where there is another problem. For all the fibers, which is the main upstream product for the spinning sector, the policy alignment is another space where there needs to be a little more focus, so that while you are looking at the stakeholders' interest in that segment, how does the industry get a consistent, cost competitive, and reliable, stable supply? That's the first area that the spinning industry is presently looking at. And of course, on the other side of it is that though there are good fabric clusters now, Surat, Tirupur, Chilganj, all of them have come up well doing. But again, there, the kind of scales that can do a better demand pool of the sector is still missing. Processing, we all know, is the main bottleneck in the entire value chain. So these have been problems that we have been discussing for 2-3 decades now. There's a lot of hope coming from the two schemes, the team and the Texaco, because I think the scope and the intent is very aligned to some of these problems. Firstly, looking at a cluster level solution for some of these problems, because they are different clusters, one with different fiber mix, with different constituents in terms of MSMEs or non-MSMEs, and in terms of the infrastructure there. So we are very hopeful that a cluster driven and also a much more different skill program that is planning to supplement that. The Samarth 2.0 is also looking at some of these aspects of an industry-driven, more collaborative and AI integrated programs. So I think these are a few solution points that should address these problem statements.
Great. When you say natural fibers are quite in demand and hopefully we can make a dent in that. The problem that I see, 70% of the trade globally is MMF. Because especially if US and Europe and all these cold countries, if you have to export to and high value jackets, $200 of Columbia jacket or North Face jackets. Now, cotton is not going to work there. You are, producing basically underwears and vests and little shirts here and there, which is $5, $7, $10, not $200. So the global demand, because their climate needs a different type of thing. Now you can feed the domestic market, which is fine. So we have to think, and I'm thankful to the government, which was one of our earlier recommendations when we started interacting with the ministry, that the GST structure on the man-made fiber was inverted. And that was, I don't want to say anything whom it was, who was getting the gains on that, but that has been more or less rationalized. So hopefully that will lead to some improvement and competitiveness of our industry on that front. But let me, the real challenge is with Mr. Vinod Kumar, and he's online. And he has a similar beard as I have. So, the whole scene of Indian textile industry is dominated by small and marginal enterprises. And that is where the informality and the formal sector question in the last session that we discussed. It has to be a gradual promotion. We all started off, even the reforms in China, manufacturing reforms in China were triggered by town and village enterprises, which were small and marginal enterprises of India. But then they helped town and village enterprises to grow by giving them capital at a very subsidized rate or very low rates of interest, and clusterization. One district will specialize only in one thing, and all these scale economies or the cluster economies were created. And that is what the policy has to be. So what do you think in terms of the policies? If you heard Mr. Kansal, are you ready to move the needle further, and how are you going to win the export share? Ultimately, we are looking towards that. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Gulati. I think in the previous session, what was discussed is also something very important. You see, you did mention that Shahi Exports needs to set up 16 factories, large size factories, to be able to, actually double their own turnover. But you see, let me go back a little bit and look at, we are talking about India being at a very decisive moment in the global textiles and apparel landscape. Supply chains are continuously realigning. Sustainability norms are reshaping the trade. Large sourcing markets are diversifying beyond traditional hubs. So the question before us is not whether India has the capability to lead, but whether we can organize ourselves to compete at global scale and speed.
Right.
Let us be clear. India does not lack capacity. What we lack is cohesion. We are one of the few countries in the world with a complete fiber to fashion ecosystem.
Right.
From cotton, silk, wool, man-made fibers to spinning, weaving, processing, garmenting, fashion. I am today talking about 8 crore micro, small, medium enterprises, and I can share this that a significant number of these enterprises are linked directly or indirectly to textiles and apparel. We are also among the largest employers in the country, especially for women. And yet, our share in global exports remains disproportionately low. So, how do we explain this gap? If we compare ourselves with global leaders, Bangladesh, Vietnam, China, even emerging players like Turkey, we begin to see the structural differences. First, all of these countries operate through integrated export-oriented ecosystems, not fragmented production bases. Secondly, they have large-scale manufacturing capacities which are aligned to global buyer requirements and in terms of speed, compliance, consistency, etc. Third, they have built institutional mechanisms that actively support exporters, not just through incentives, but coordinated infrastructure, trade facilitation, market access. Now, on the other hand, we are still largely MSME-driven, cluster-based. My friend Chandrima did talk about the fact that, we have clusters, but we have a completely fragmented ecosystem where each enterprise is left to itself to navigate global markets on their own. Now, is this a weakness? No, it's not a weakness, but it does require a different strategy. We cannot replicate Bangladesh or Vietnam by replacing MSMEs with large factories. Instead, we need to build a uniquely Indian model that could be distributed scale through clustered competitiveness. Now, let me share this quickly. Let's say we're today talking about fragmentation. Now, if our priority, or I'd say our first priority must be to transform our existing textile and apparel clusters into globally competitive production ecosystems, whether it's Tirupur, Surat, Ludhiana, Jaipur, Noida, Coimbatore. They already have deep capabilities, but we need to evolve from production clusters into export ecosystems. Each cluster should have world-class common processing infrastructure, testing, certification, compliance, design and product development studios. I would say digital export facilitation platforms, integrated logistics and warehousing systems. That is how China builds scale, not by individual factories, but by ecosystems that function as one large factory to the world. Now, the second point of this, MSMEs, we say, are the backbone of our apparel sector and so on and so forth. But today, they are all operating below their potential. Most MSMEs face 4 primary constraints. Now, what could that be? Affordable capital, unable to continuously meet global compliance standards, lack of design and branding capabilities, and weak direct market access. So the solution is not to replace MSMEs, but to institutionally support them. So what can be done? There, cluster level shared services, whether it's compliance, design, testing. Why don't we have a textile MSME competitiveness fund? We're talking about competitiveness in a lot of places where we can enable these millions of people to modernize. Why don't we have digital platforms that aggregate MSME supply for global buyers? Why don't we have stronger linkages with large anchor exporters and global brands? The goal has to be very simple. An MSME in India should be able to plug into global value chains seamlessly, as does a large factory elsewhere. The third point that I want to make is, historically, India's strength has been in fiber and yarn exports. But global value is shifting downstream. We're talking about garments, fashion products, technical textiles, branded and design-led exports, we need to consciously move up the value chain. So what does that mean? Investing in fabric innovation, processing quality, MMF, what you were rightly pointing out, base value chains, fast fashion responsiveness, design-led manufacturing. Because if we continue to export primarily upstream products, we will remain price takers. To become price makers, we have to move closer to the consumer. Now, the fourth point that I want to make. I talked about Bangladesh, Vietnam, China, etc. So Bangladesh, what have they done right? They focus relentlessly on apparel exports with scale, labor alignment, and buyer integration. Now, what did Vietnam do? They leveraged all their FTAs and plug-and-play industrial zones where global players came in and they brought in with them the global supply chain they were already integrated in. What did China do? It built, as I explained earlier, complex, complete industrial ecosystems with logistics, infrastructure, speed, compliance, all of it at one go. What did Turkey do? Turkey positioned itself on proximity, design, and fast turnaround. So what should India do? Copy this? No. I'd say India has to learn. So our strategy has to combine China's ecosystem depth, Vietnam's policy agility, Bangladesh's export focus, and India's own strength in MSMEs and the diversity of production that we have. We are all talking about the fact that, that I come to the fifth point. The next frontier of global trade is going to be sustainability. So what are buyers asking today? Where's the fiber coming from? How is it processed? How is the carbon and water footprint? Is the supply chain traceable? So for MSMEs, this is a big challenge. But for India, you see, with UNIDO, we're working on something called the digital passport, digital product passport. So for India, this is an opportunity. If we create shared sustainability infrastructure at cluster level, common effluent treatments, renewable energy integration, traceability systems, we can turn compliance, that bit of compliance, into competitiveness. And we can position ourselves as a trusted, sustainable sourcing destination. Not just a low-cost one. We cannot beat other people on cost on itself. Now, institutional mechanisms. What is the missing link? The missing link that I find in India is institutional coordination. We have textiles, we have the MSME, commerce, logistics, environment, skilling. They are all operating in silos. Where is the national apparel or textile export competitiveness mission? Where are state-level textile export acceleration programs? Where are the programs for cluster development, cluster excellence, and institutions that are handling these clusters which are professionally managed, not led by government? Where do we find stronger private, public governance frameworks? All of the export competitiveness cannot be built through fragmented schemes. We need mission mode execution. The last point that I'd like to make is that the apparel sector is also, I'd say, India's greatest opportunity for women-led economic participation. Globally, apparel has been a gateway for women to find work and be part of the workforce. So what does India need to do? Women-centric production ecosystems, support women-led enterprises that are wanting to get into textile and apparel, enable safe, flexible, and formal employment structures for women. It's not just social policy. It can be economic strategy. So if I want to conclude what I said, simple thought. India does not need to build a new textiles industry. We already have one of the largest textile industries in the world. What we need to build is integration instead of fragmentation, scale through clusters instead of isolated growth, institutions instead of schemes, and value addition instead of volume dependence. If we are able to align MSMEs, clusters, and institutions into a single, I'd say, export-driven architecture, then we will not just participate in global apparel trade. I'm 100% sure India will lead it. So, and this is the time to stitch this strategy now. Before we keep on talking about the next 5 years and all that, but before what I just mentioned, we need to do all this now. So I hope I've talked about all the things that you were asking, Professor.
Yes.
That's it from me. Thank you.
Well, that was very good analysis and suggestion, and that we are too many, too fragmented. We need some adhesive and some convergence to make a cluster, and cluster will speak of the scale economies. And the second point that you put on the table, which I liked very much, is a woman-led development, because this is not just a pure cost advantage. This is changing the society's direction also, and making empowering the women on that front. And therefore, an ecosystem for women needs to be created. Just 2-3 weeks back, we were in Tirupur, and most of the women employed in their factories, they are sitting right here, were coming from Jharkhand, Odisha, Bihar, UP. Now they are in the age group of 18 to 25, 30, largest chunk. They need hostel facilities. And if every unit has to create on their cost, it becomes the overall cost goes up. This is where government policy can be of help, because government has to see beyond just the economic growth. It is the social empowerment of a society, especially women. So that's very interesting. That's very useful. I think we'll get back to you at some stage for a greater interaction on this question, because changing the SMEs and making them clusters or scaling them up is the one that China did. Why can't we do it? But then when we scale them up, you need money, you need capital. And that entire capital is with Mr. Ajay Rana. Right. So looking at the banking perspective, in the first session, we did work out across different countries what is the real rate of interest, what is the cost of capital. And that's the highest in the country, vis-a-vis Bangladesh or Vietnam or China. Now, for Exim Bank's perspective, how does India's export credit architecture compare with that of competing countries such as China, especially Sinosure, Bangladesh, and Vietnam? So we don't have a real banker who can give the loans at, we have to think out of the box, because Bangladesh got a massive loan from Japan at a low rate of interest. And that is what they are giving to their textile. And if their inflation rate is higher, in fact, the real rate of interest is negative, -1%, -2%. So how do we reduce our cost, and how do we ensure this export credit system?
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So I'll break it into two parts. One is the cost of capital overall. So I would say the cost which was projected in the study, actual cost of loans, long-term loans, that is, in India would today would be at least 2 percentage points lower than what was projected. If we take the interest
How
rates,
much is it?
today it will be somewhere around 8 to 9%.
We have written 9 to 11%.
9 to 11%, yeah.
Okay.
And if we look at last 5 years, so if we look at just around COVID and post-COVID phases, when interest rates were pretty lower and banks' lending rates were also lower. So only recently, when the benchmarks have increased, the rates have reached to this level. And going forward, looking at how US Fed is behaving, we expect the rates to come down further or hold at similar levels. Now, if you look at Vietnam, countries like Vietnam, the bank rates to other industries will be substantially higher than what is being projected for textiles. So maybe because textile is a focus area for Vietnam, and government is subsidizing those loans to the industry. And Government of India was running a similar scheme where textile industry was getting subsidized for their capital expenditures. And we can look at similar facilities. On the trade finance part, also Government of India on a broader level was providing interest subventions on export credits. And if we look at recently announced export promotion mission, so there again, Government of India not only has provided interest subventions, but they have also gone a step ahead to ensure that there are additional financing products available in the market to take care of the working capital or liquidity requirements of exporters. So the first product, the two of which we were running earlier itself. So first was factoring. So factoring facilities will reduce the working capital utilizations for the exporters, or in the event, say, for example, if they get some additional export orders, then they don't need to go to the bank for ad hoc limits, because any additional limit from the bank will come with a demand for collateral, because bank will need to see safety of its capital when they are lending out to the industry. Factoring takes care of that part, wherein mostly it is non-recourse for export transactions. So that takes care of the risk of capital coming in from the buyer. So buyer default risk is taken care of, plus immediate liquidity is provided to the exporter to take care or execute the other export orders in hand. Further, till now, factoring has not made much of inroads in India because of a higher cost. Because factoring till now has a limited number of players. So SBI Factors is one of the major players, and there are some other NBFCs which are running into this sector, wherein the costs are maybe 12 to 16-18%, depending on the NBFC or the factor you are utilizing. Under the export promotion mission, the government has made a provision of 2.75% interest subvention, which will effectively reduce the cost of factoring. Now, cost of factoring will also depend on the buyer's ratings. So if it is a large recognized buyer, the cost offered by these intermediaries will itself be lower. And it is pretty similar to what we see in TRED's system. So after introduction of trade system, as liquidity has eased for MSMEs, they get paid on time, or they have banking facilities available at a lower cost, because banks are then lending at a risk of buyer, not at the risk of MSME, which itself reduces the cost. The second product which has been introduced, or which we have been running for last couple of years, was for access to new markets. So if we look at our, say, garment exports, we are limited to, say, North America, Europe, Middle East, East Asia, Australia. There are markets in, say, Africa, Latin America, which may be for reason of payment safety risks. We are not tapping very actively. So in Africa, we are tapping very limited markets, or we are tapping markets where Indian companies have created value chains wherein they manufacture part of the products in India and then supply to their factories in these regions to then take advantage of trade arrangements with end markets like Europe and the US. Under this product, we confirm trade instruments issued by these countries. So for example, if you are getting export opportunity in Ghana, but no Indian bank is comfortable in confirming that trade instrument from a Ghanaian bank because of inherent risk involved, because the country is in default. The Indian exporter will rather let that export order go away than taking that capital risk of supplying and not getting paid. Or they will demand advance payments, which then may not be viable because there is competition from countries like China, where Sinashore and China Exim are providing credit facilities to such buyers. Now, herein we come into picture. We have set up credit lines on banks across Latin America, Africa, Southeast Asia, East Europe, to facilitate such transactions which otherwise would not have gone through. And now, with inclusion in export promotion mission, the capital base has got a boost, and we can take higher limits on these institutions. So we will be happy to support any export opportunities to developing part of the world, which again is a large market, which remains unexplored. Although we export quite a bit to Africa, maybe around $2.5 billion, but potential is huge. So there, the main competitor would be China. Third is, I think what I will build on what Mr. Vinod Kumar was saying, that we need to come up on the value addition part and not look at the cost reduction part. So when we look at value addition, or if you are getting into your own brands or selling it through, say, platforms like Amazon or even e-commerce platforms. So EPM also has a provision for e-commerce exports, wherein you can supply your goods to warehouses overseas maintained by these e-commerce platforms, and you can get funded from us against those exports. You will also get interest subvention on cost of funding for these exports. So that is an additional avenue for exports that is available. Now, if I come from the export side to the Indian part of the system, wherein because capacity building itself is a big part in terms of being competitive in export markets. As you mentioned that a majority of the market today is man-made fibers and not natural fibers. If we compare ourselves with China, who is doing pretty well in this segment, but China is spending a lot on R&D in this specific segment. If we look at Indian private sector spending on R&D in MMF is pretty low. With NTTM coming in, they have come in with some capital to support R&D in technical textiles, but that again is very directed support. Say if they are supporting a startup to come up in their R&D efforts, but for that particular R&D effort to give result will take longer than a large corporate, because first they'll have a product developed, then they will need to scale up, because they do not have any facility right now. They'll need to scale up at making inroads into this segment, because if we look at competition, which we will just be following the competition and not leading the market. So we at Exim Bank do offer term loans to support R&D and product development expenses, because normally the private sector will see that because these are expenses which will not give you any returns immediately, and returns will come, if any, after a substantial period of time. So rather than taking these expenditures out of their operating cash flow, they can get a term loan, which can then be structured in a way that major repayment burden will come towards the fag end of the loans, and they can use this capital for the R&D efforts, which they can then capitalize, and out of the returns they can repay that loan. Similarly, if we look at the garment part, it is a large employer, but it is not a large employer of unskilled labor. It is there is a requirement of skilled labor, although there are various skill development centers which do that job. But company-specific skill development programs can also be supported through term loans, because skill development will again integrate into productivity improvement or quality improvements, better realizations, and through that additional revenue, they can then repay the loan. So these are some of the things. The last is that if you want to integrate yourself in value chains, one is you tie up with existing players in, say, Vietnam, which have more favorable FTAs. You supply to them, and then they ultimately supply to the end markets. The second is that Indian company itself goes and set up the end manufacturing unit in Vietnam. And they supply the raw materials or, say, fabrics from India, and the end garments are exported out of Vietnam. So we do support Indian companies in their endeavor for investments overseas. So overseas, we support them through term loans for capex, as well as their working capital requirement in overseas market, because there they'll find it difficult to get loans from local institutions. So those facilities, even if they want to go and acquire, say, a brand or rights of a brand in a specific region overseas, that can also be supported. If they want to go acquire some retail chain or set up a retail operation overseas, that can also be supported through term loans. So various financing options are available. We cannot strictly compare vis-a-vis China, because China is a centrally controlled economy. Unlike us, we need to be independently commercially viable to support these endeavors. The last point about Sinosure is ECGC do offer buyer coverages, buyer default coverages, but I'll not be able to comment much on their product offerings. Right.
Good. Thank you very much. Very interesting points that you have made. And I was wondering, Africa, you mentioned a good potential. The population of Africa is increasing like anything. The way we were expanding in 60s and 70s, by the turn of the century, 1/3 of humanity will be in Africa. That is the way they are multiplying. So besides the food challenge, there will be a clothing challenge. So whether China will clothe them or India will clothe them, but my main pointer is it's likely to remain a low value product, large volume but low value. And if we see today, EU market, because earlier we were paying, in a way, import duty of 9 to 11, 12%, which now is 0. So we are at par with Bangladesh. So should we focus more on the designs and structure and the market exploring EU? Because that will be a very high value market. So maybe volume may not be very large, and that market will be very different perhaps than what is being demanded in Africa. But let me come back to the cost of capital. You are the man sitting with SBI. When we talk about cost of capital, when I talk to the industry people, they say 11% से नीचे कुछ नहीं मिलता. ठीक है? और 11% was fine when the inflation rate was 7%, 8%, 9%. But when inflation is down to 3% or 4%, 11%, that's banks are making mullah and they are enjoying. And that's what is happening. So, I have been associated with the banking industry quite a bit. So I know what's happening there. But there is priority sector lending where 40% has to be given to small and medium enterprises plus agriculture. So agriculture is 18%, rest is SME. So these units, many of them would be coming under that. For agriculture, the policy is interest subvention 7%, although Most of the farmers say 7% kahan milta hai, but some get it. The larger ones get it. 7%, and if they repay regularly, then it is 4%, which is almost zero because the rate of inflation is hovering around that. Okay? So if this is a sector we want to focus, because we want people to move out of agriculture to this sector, which will be the beginning of the manufacturing revolution in the country. And they need to scale up. And if they need to scale up, what is the real interest rate at which they can get capital? That is the basic issue. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You have the biggest reach in the country's loan business.
Dignitaries on the dais, distinguished panelists, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to each one of you. This is Chandrabhushan Kumar Singh. I am General Manager in the State Bank of India and presently posted at a State Bank Academy as Director. I am quite glad to be part of this discussion and deliberation. Gulati sir has thrown one question, but before that, I would like to throw a little bit light on the topic of this today deliberation and this panel discussion. Financing export competitiveness. Yes, of course, we are financing to export, but RB financing is competitive in comparison to the other three countries we are discussing, mentioning since the morning. You had presented one slide also and shared some of the important data as well. So whether we are competitive, the credit to export is competitive. If credit to export is not competitive, then exporters cannot be competitive in their area where they need to be competitive and take on the other three countries. So how we can assess and judge whether we are competitive or not? The simple 4 parameter to judge the competitiveness is first is the cost of credit. The second is quantum of credit. The third is to avail the credit. And the time factor again, how much time do we take? And then some other miscellaneous thing. So when it comes to cost of credit, because you have asked also the cost of capital and other things, when we come to the cost of the credit, Sulakshana Ron, so she had shown the slide. Yes, to my memory and as per my information, the rate of interest in China to the this apparel sector range from 2 to 3%. In Vietnam, it is again 3%. But in India, as you said, 8-9%. And for the State Bank of India, it is quite lesser. It is 7% rate of interest. So now, of course, you being the exporter, apparel exporters, you will look that, yes, if you are charging just double of what the Vietnam and China is charging, how we can be competitive and have edge over that? The cost of fund is so costly. Yeah, over and above that, the government through Reserve Bank of India provides interest subvention or interest neutralization at the rate of 2.75%, up to 50 lakhs of interest payment. If you remember this, so now here you will look for that, yes, banks should charge at the interest at the rate of 3% and so as it is being done in the state of China and Vietnam. Just to see, what is the cost of deposit? The rate of interest is linked to the deposit cost of deposit. And for the State Bank of India, the cost of deposit as per the 31st December 2025 data is 5.07%. If our cost of deposit is coming to 5.07% and we are charging, 6.6 to 7%, maximum 7%. So we are managing here, in this case, our net interest margin is less than 2%. So beyond that, it will be very difficult to survive. And these banks are also a commercial entity. So there is a limitation. Why this cost of deposit has increased, you all are aware of that it is more difficult to mobilize deposit than extend the credit portfolio. Deposit of the banks as a whole is increasing at the rate of 10%, while credit is growing at the rate of 14%. So deposit has become challenge, and particularly the current deposit and saving deposit, low cost deposit has become extremely challenged. So bank also has limited the scope and option to do any tinkering with this rate of interest that their banks are charging. What is the option then? Government is offering interest subvention of 2.75%. If you remember, during the year before 2018, this interest subvention rate was 3%. And after 18 till COVID, it was 5%. So after COVID, when it is restored at 2.75% instead of 5%. So the place where, as a team, EPC or other this industry body and association body should approach is this government, that this original interest subvention rate and subsidy rate should be restored. And if it is restored, then in our case, it will be around 3%. Even for other banks, it will be 4 to 4.5%. And it will be very competitive on cost of fund front. Next is, after the cost to fund, the next thing you should, and anyone will judge based on the quantum of credit. How much loan we get? That data was missing in your slide. For China, the export credit to total export is 35 to 40%. Whatever total portfolio of export is there in China, the credit or export credit outstanding is 35 to 40%. In Vietnam, it is 25 to 30%. In South Korea, it is 30 to 35%. And what is there in India? India's total export is $790 billion. And outstanding export credit is $120 billion. So in India, export to credit to total export comes to 17%. So there, the cost was higher. Here, amount is lower. So here also we are getting little this amount. It is not that to this apparel sector. I'm talking in terms of the entire export portfolio of the country.
Yeah.
And I'm not giving this opinion as a banker as such. I'm as an individual, I am sharing my feelings. So what is the reason? How to increase this? This is, so we'll come to that aspect. This is the second thing. Then again, the reason is that why this gap is so much, this credit gap is so much. The reason is that what banks want to before giving the credit. Banks want safety, security to the money lent to the customer. How this assurance of safety, that money is secure and it will come back in due course. So one assurance comes through after seeing your books of accounts, your paper, your document, how do you are maintaining your balance sheet, book of accounts. So that gives comfort, and then bank thinks, yes, this unit will not fail and it is going to be successful and going to progress, develop. So the money is safe. But in case of apparel export, the reason is that the basic one is that in India it is in a fragmented sector, and majority are micro and a small unit. And micro and a small unit, so they are not maintaining proper books, they balance it and not maintaining audited balance sheet, etc. So it becomes very difficult for the banks, from the bank's perspective, to judge the real and true working capital requirement and assessment for that unit. So when we do not get support cushion from their book, then what we look for? To get assurance of safety of our money, we look for collateral. And that is why you ask for everything. The banks insist for collateral, even for the 50 lakhs and something. This collateral, even in this apparel sector, as I said, the majority or almost around 70% units are micro unit and small units. And this apparel sector is a labor intensive sector, and like with the working capital intensive sector, it is not dominated by this. Yes, you have invested too much in the plant and machinery, and a small macro, these apparel units are operating from the rented premises with the little investment in plant and machinery. So even this unit is also not, they are not in the position to offer that operating unit as a collateral. So they do not offer the collateral. So bank becomes helpless to lend to those units. And this is where, when majority of the unit, though they are doing their turnover is low, are not coming under the ambit of the banking finance, our credit exposure, export credit to total export is at lower end. What is the solution now? For this cost, the solution for you is interest subvention scheme. Here, yes, we do have CGT MSME scheme of the government of India, and loan up to 10 crores can be easily covered under CGT MSME without any collateral. So all those micro and small units can easily be covered under the CGT MSME. But the reason is here again, if that a small unit, the micro unit is covered, avail this CGT MSME, they are required to pay premium at the rate of 1.8%. And the margin in apparel sector is so thin that many of the unit runs at the margin of 2 and 2.5%. If he pays 1.8% premium to the CGT SME in lieu of this collateral, it will be very difficult for them to survive. So here again, my personal view is that association industry body like apparel export promotion body and other unit also, that country is getting a new opportunity to just double its export portfolio, to touch the, come very close to the target dream figure of $40 billion in export finance. We have got new opportunity in European Union. And yes, we are at par on this tariff front is concerned in terms of Vietnam, Bangladesh. We are at advantage in terms of China in European Union. Now even in America also, after the Supreme Court judgment of USA, everybody will be paying 10% tariff. We have entered trade agreement with this Australia, New Zealand, Oman, UAE. So new world has created to just exploit this opportunity. This way one can approach that for a certain time period, maybe for 3 years and 5 years, this premium part should be borne by, yes, government ultimately as a special incentive, so that all small micro unit willingly avail the CGT MSME. Banks should also rush to them to extend the credit, and the credit portfolio reached at that level. This is third. One more, just 2 minutes, 1 or 2 minutes. I'm exceeding time. Achha, one more minute. Yeah, just 60 seconds, please bear. So last but not the least is this. Yes, there is a lack of understanding problem as well at the bankers level, as also at the entrepreneurs level. At a State Bank Academy, where I am posted as a director, have started Center of Excellence for MSME. And that too, not for the state banker. This has been started by our chairman last 6 months back for the nation building. And we are covering people, our own officer from the other banks and the entrepreneur. Last 3 days back, we conducted a program for the MSME entrepreneur for the IP Yatra, how to do renovation, research and do the research on design and acquire this intellectual property right. So I am offer ready available to do collaboration and jointly such program with this industry body or AEPC for this betterment and improvement in our share in overall export and to reach the figure of $40 billion by before 2030.
I thought you were saying that you are ready to fund a Center of Excellence at ICRIER.
We are already having. So thank you very much for inviting and giving this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks for patience listening.
Thank you very much. I think you made very important points. I want to comment on one critical thing, having associated with the banking sector for 10, 12 years. Cost of credit about 5%.
Deposit cost.
Cost of deposits. And then 2% is normally your margin, but 2% is your operational costs.
Yes.
So 9% to बैठता है, ठीक है? Now the issue that is there, and that is a macro issue. Why we have to give? Because the big deposit people, those who have the money, they say only fools keep money in the banks. I was on the board of a bank and I asked, do you get some special treatment? And he said, what? Are you keeping your money in fixed deposit? Are you fool? Why? Because the tax on the capital gains is how much? 12.5% today? It used to be 10%. 12.5%, right? And on your fixed deposits, the interest, depending upon what your regular income is, you will be charged 30%, 40%, 42% at that level. So who is going to keep the money? Only fools like me. I'm telling you, this is a banker telling me how to manage your portfolio.
This for this information, nearly 200 plus lakh crores money is in the different banks. 200 plus lakh crores money. And this money is of almost 100 crores of Indians. 57 crores of Indians are customer of the State Bank of India. So another 40 crores, so almost 100 crores of Indians are keeping money in the banks. Then where is the option, alternative to keep? Suppose I as an individual.
India has become a gambler's market in the equities. They are all driving. All those people, even lower segment. She is giving me continuous things. this. My strings are in her hand. Okay, Updeep ji. Those who go to US and ever buy a towel or anything related to textiles, every third towel is written there at the back, coming from Updeep ji.
Right. Every third is Indian, every fourth is well spun.
So, issue is, they are one of the most successful into the textiles segment of the, right?
Apparently.
And companies like Wellspun they are representing, have positioned Indian home textiles strongly in global markets through innovation, sustainability, and strong buyer relationships. What have been the critical capabilities that enable this success? So, your secret of success, she is asking. And what lessons can the apparel sector learn from the home textile industry as global sourcing trends increasingly move towards sustainability, traceability, and scale?
Thank you, Dr. Gulati. And I think we have had 3 serious panelists.
Yes, very good.
So I have to take little different route.
Very good. You are the real exporter. Others are only financing you and charging you
See-
9%.
See, my experience with Welspun. So I joined Welspun in 2005. Like in the first session also, there were certain stories. So I'll also give you a short story.
Good. Mhm.
First of all, as I always say, it is the attitude of the entrepreneur, of the promoter.
Mhm. Yeah.
What attitude he carries. And when I say attitude, it includes risk-taking,
Mhm.
listening, learning, and fire in the belly.
Mm.
So these are the 4 things which I have learned while working in Welspun. I joined them in 2005. I joined them from a very steady and conservative company where I worked for 18 years. That was Vardhaman.
Mhm.
So the story begins like this, that Mr. Goenka went to one of the leading towel manufacturers in the world at that point in time. I think that was somewhere in the year 1993-94.
Mhm.
And he wanted to discuss with them that, okay, we can supply you towels from India and all that.
Mhm.
The owner of that company told Mr. Goenka, you Indians, that was the exact word, huh? You Indians show something else, produce something else, and send something else. And mind you, this statement our chairman gave in the presence of Honorable Prime Minister
That's right.
2 months back at Rajkot. And that really, if I can use a language, that he was really antagonized by that. He
Mhm.
left the meeting
Mhm.
and he came back and said that one day I'll have to be the largest towel manufacturer in the world.
Mhm.
That was in 1993.
Mhm.
Then he started building up.
Mhm.
Then time came when he wanted to invest in a technology. I'll just come from 93 to 2005. From 93 to 2002,
Mhm.
Welspun had been exporting through agents.
Mhm.
So in 2003, they decided that, okay, we have to get into a new technology.
Mhm.
Till 2005, all across the world, the towel was manufactured by only one technology.
Mhm.
That was the batch system.
Mhm.
That you have 1-ton batch, 2-ton batch, and that was tight. He went to the machine manufacturers and got developed a technology which is called continuous technology.
Mhm.
So the first plant of continuous technology was put up in the year 2004 and 5,
Mhm.
rather 2004.
Mhm.
And that was the first plant in the world
Mhm.
and the first machine in the world.
Hmm.
So he took that risk. So I'm coming to the second part of the attitude. That is the risk taking.
Mhm.
He took the risk.
Mhm.
And mind you, one more thing, which is also very important for people to scale. It is the conviction to do it. I tell you, in 2001, we had an earthquake in Gujarat, in Bhuj.
Mhm.
And in 2003 or 2004, the first Vibrant Gujarat,
Mhm.
Honorable Prime Minister called Mr. Goenka and told him. He did not, I would say request him or suggested him. He informed him to do it. He said, Mr. Goenka, you go to Bhuj and put up a plant. And Mr. Goenka really, his own words are, mere पैर के नीचे से जमीन निकल गई. Because he was already expanding in Vapi. And at that time, the chief minister said, believe me, your $1 invested, sorry, 1 rupee invested will give you $1. you go to Bhuj. He listened to him. He went there. Today, we are about 4,000 acres of land in Bhuj, out of which in about 1,500 acres, we have a textile plant, and 1,500 acres, we have a steel plant. So, steel plant. We are one of the largest steel pipe manufacturers in the world, oil and gas. So, point where I'm coming to is, this is how you scale and how you take risk, how you take a decision. And the important thing I want to tell you is, on that land, Bhumi Pujan was done on 19th of May. And the first towel came out from the plant on 31st of December, just before midnight. Because the incentive window would close on 1st of January. So here, some of the very senior industry people are sitting, Tyagi ji is sitting, he would appreciate. So in 6 months, this gentleman put up a plant which was not only the towel making, it was starting from cotton processing, spinning, weaving, processing, garmenting. I mean the cut and sew. In 6 months, that was the speed. This tells you the story of how home textile came up. Now, the point is, certain other companies also came up, Trident. So why this sector? You always say, I've been questioned, why this sector has grown so big. Today, I tell you, to give you some of the statistics, Welspun and Trident put together make 500 tons of towel every day. 500 tons of towel would correspond to almost 15 lakh towel pieces. And out of those 15 lakh towel pieces, 70% go to US. So point is, one is the scale. That is how they scaled. Second, as I said, the attitude. Quality. Now that is the important thing. Till about 2004 and 5, there used to be market week when Welspun people would go and listen to the customer. Ki ji, unko kya chahiye? In 2005, I remember I was part of the team. It was decided that we will go and tell the customer what do they need. So that was another change that brought in innovation. That we have to invent, we have to. I mean, it is very difficult to see that there is some invention in towel. And today, we stand on 17th year, we have a patent in towel called Hygro towel. Hygro. So that is absorbency. So we still have the patent all across the world. Then they thought there is a company in Manchester that is supplying towels to Wimbledon tournament since 1870s. So we tried to make such towel, the loop of the towel like that for 15 years. We could not make it. For 15 years. And in the year 2006, we acquired it. And today we are the only supplier in the world to the Wimbledon tournament. And we brought that production to India. So I was the chief integration officer at that point in time.
This Coca-Cola.
Sir, it is a very slow made loop, very specialized machine, one in the world at that point in time. So that is how they made it. And you know, the person who designed the machine and who run that plant was a Punjabi. A Sardarji of 1965 batch from TIT Bhiwani. So that is innovation. So second point, I'm coming to innovation. Third, which is relevant today, is on the sustainability. Imagine in 2008, there was no very strict regulation, 7-8 May. And I was president of the textile division for the projects when Mr. Goenka asked me to put up a water treatment plant with reverse osmosis, recycle the plant. At that time, our capacity was 10 MLD, 10,000 kiloliters per day. And we invested about 100 crores in the year 2006. 100 crores in the year 2006. You know what he told me? He said, Sardarji, ab isko na brand banana hai. So what happened? That USP was captured by retailers like Macy's and JCPenney and Bed Bath and Beyond. Two of them are no more there. So JCPenney gave us the maximum business in India because of that ETP plant, because of the recycling plant. So that is what I'm saying on the sustainability. And today I tell you, I tell with very, I would say, I'm proud to say that Welspun today is number one in the world on S&P 500 global, what you call the study, scoring 90 percentile for sustainability. Last year we were at 78. And we will be carbon neutral latest by 2028 on the textile side. And the government regulations, what they have given on RCOs now, we are already ahead of that for 27, 26, 27. So what I'm saying is that is important. So that home textile got the leverage out of sustainability. And today customers don't want price. They want a couple of things which now recently, very recently, I don't know if I coined it or somewhere I got it. I say we have to shift from made in India to trusted from India. Made in India is okay, that is good. But trusted from India will take us there. Made in India has brought us here. Trusted from India will take us there. So I think that is the secret that today home textile, as I said, it is apparent that we are doing well. We are doing well, that is fine, but we could do better. So we are one of the worst hit by these US tariffs, but we decided, as all other industry decided, we will not let go the customers. We did not let go even a single customer. And the last but not the least is we learn from mistakes. We did some mistakes in the recent years. We made a very big mistake and we paid a very high price for that. And since then, our all raw material complies with the traceability. Our 100% cotton is traceable. We have the best of the labor practices. And that all we learned hard way. So we lost a lot in that. It was a reputational loss as well as monetary loss, but we learned out of it. So these are the 4 or 5 things where I would say that home textile, not only Welspun, all home textile big companies, Trident, Himasinka, Indocount. So on bedsheet, Indocount, every 7th bedsheet is Indocount bedsheet in US. And every 8th is Welspun and every 6th is Indian. So that is what I have to say.
This is great to hear all this. These success stories are very inspirational, and I would like to make some of these. We are going to produce a book by July, which will be released in
Bharatex.
And I would like to make some of these success stories into a box in the book.
Sure.
Right? So
We
we will get back to you on the exact and so that it's on the same wavelength.
If Sulakshana can allow me 30 seconds.
Yes, please.
One story which is very close to my heart. Another entrepreneurial attitude. 9th of February 2009. Having a breakfast in New York after a market week. My boss, that time vice chairman, said, Updeep, because we were I was personally very fond of a retailer called Costco. I read a book. They are such a good company. So I was after them that Costco mein jana chahiye, Costco mein jana chahiye. He said, yaar, tu to aaj aaya, hame to 10 saal ho gaye try karte hue. They don't let you in. So on that day, he said, having breakfast, that Sardarji, Costco ko sample bhejne hain. So, kahan karoge? So I said, we'll see, we'll figure out. And chairman came from behind. He just slapped me like this. Sorry, sir. Sardarji, sochna nahi karna hai. And I said, okay. But I didn't know what sample, how much sample, what to do. Then I asked my boss. I said, sir, sample kitna hai? Bole, sample is 300 ton. Yes. 300 tons of sample. We are on 9th of February to be dispatched by 10th of May. And then he said, you will get the business from Costco. Can you do it? I said, I have no option. We did not have building. We did not have anything. Believe me. I straightway went to Italy, ordered the machines. Machines came by air. We delivered the samples on 20th of May, 10 days late. And I feel proud in telling that today Welspun does about $150 million business with Costco.
Wow.
So that is a story very close to my heart because I was instrumental in that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
JC Penney was my favorite store, लेकिन बंद हो रहा है बेचारा.
बंद हो गया.
And Costco is the wholesale, you
Yeah.
know, pura. Anyway, this has been extremely inspiring. We can do it, but somehow my needle is stuck at 3%. मुझे वो देख के अंदर से आग लगती है कि क्या है. अगर इतनी सक्सेस स्टोरीज हैं तो वी नीड 100 वेलस्पन और 100 शाहीज एंड 100 such people. Why can't we produce that? So there is something wrong in the system. वहां जो आप लेके आए वो विंबलडन वाला टॉवल, उससे वहां भी सरदार जी बैठे थे तो यहाँ भी बैठे हैं, तो क्यों नहीं कर
उनका कोई मुकाबला नहीं.
Anyway, I think I would have loved to open it for discussion and all that, but you know, Sulakshana is still very kind and generous. This lady is very tough. तो मुझे बार बार 6 बार दिखा चुकी है कि खाना खाना है कि नहीं खाना. So what do? We are well around 120, 123 now. We have one short one because only 3 speakers are there. Huh? 2 are online. Oh, they must be waiting. So I think we will have to just wait and become a little more hungry. It will be good digestion and good hunger that we'll have. So maybe half an hour quickly we can do that. Thank you very much for our panelists. This has been great.
Thank you,
I
sir.
think big applause for them. Thank you. Chalo. एक पिक्चर लेनी है. Thank you.
Thank you.
This was wonderful.
Thank you.
Quickly moving forward to the last panel of the day. The panel discussion is titled Beyond Tariffs, Sustainability, Compliance, and the Next Phase of Growth, Export Growth. Our distinguished panelists include Mr. Kumar Duraiswamy, Tirupur Export Association, Mr. Anurag Gupta, Managing Director, Usha Yarns, joining us online, Mr. Saurabh Kumar, General Manager, AEPC, joining us online as well, Mr. R. Damodaran, General Secretary, South Indian Hosiery Manufacturer Association, and Ms. Kanupriya Gupta, Senior Economist, Asian Development Bank. Dr. Gulati, I would like to take you over. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have to be a little brief, but very valuable. Tirupur is the place which has organically grown as perhaps the largest hub for exports. And how much? 3 weeks back we were there. And it was interesting to see how organically it has grown. And we heard time and again today that the future of exports is not just price competitiveness. It is the sustainability part, traceability part, because that's what the European and others are going to be demanding. So the question, and this is where we saw the effluent plant, actually it's on the cover page of this.
Even here.
Right, that's right. So we put it there because this is very critical. So the question to you is, Tirupur has demonstrated that large-scale sustainability initiatives such as zero liquid discharge, because people are saying ZLD, I mean, those who are in this business, they understand it, but people like us are possible even for MSME-driven clusters. That is the issue. Well, large companies can afford their own separate, but what about the MSME clusters? Our exporters often feel that the cost of such investments are borne largely by the industry itself. So there is some incentive, I think, some little thing. What kind of policy or financial mechanisms could help support and scale such sustainability efforts across other textile clusters? You know, why we think in terms of financial incentives, it's not just for exports, because compliance for their requirements you have to do. But this is also sustainability at home. Otherwise, all these dying units will be throwing all that in the rivers and ultimately polluting the water system in the country. So over to you. What are you doing and how other clusters can emulate what you have done and how government policy can be of, but a little brief, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon, sir. And first of all, myself, Kumar Duraiswamy, Joint Secretary of Tirupur Exporters Association. Thank you, ICRIER. And as I already mentioned with Sulakshana during the break, this deliberation should have been happened 20 years before. The industry, academia, and the government connect was missing. That is the main cause of having the deliberation after 20 years, but still it is not late. At this point of time, I should say that we are happy to note that tariff era is coming to an end. But again, the new tariff is sustainability and certifications.
Mhm.
That is going to be the hurdle, or I should say it is going to be the positive thing of the industry. Both ways we can able to take it. As far as Tirupur is concerned, as our distinguished professor rightly mentioned, we are an organically grown cluster with 20,000 standalone units and 2,500 exporters, contributing to 68% of the country's knitwear exports. There are factories exporting about 4,000 crores per annum, and there are factories just exports 1 or 1.5 crores of exports. So we 95% are MSMEs. And when you talk about manufacturing a garment, it should pass about eight different process, from spinning to knitting, knitting to dyeing, dyeing to fabric finishing, then to apparel manufacturing, then to accessories and packaging. So when I mentioned it, 20,000 standalone units, these are the standalone units. Like knitting will be a different setup, and dyeing will be a different setup. and so on and so forth. So when there was a challenge by the farmers of that area, they went to the court and they took a judgment. Then the court has stopped. One fine day, the entire industry was completely stuck. There were 800 dyeing factories producing a lot of fabrics, and dyeing is one of the main process for any garment industry. At that point of time, government said that you have to clean the water, recycle it, or reuse it, or whatever you do. But we don't have the technology. Government also shown us the empty hands. But then the industrialists, we formed a group and we went around the world and we consulted the ITIs and IIMs, and we got this technology called zero liquid discharge with a cost of more than 1,200 crores. There has been government's incentive was about 200 crores, but it has come maybe after 5 or 6 years of the implementation. That is not a worry now. But still, at that point of time, we have struggled a lot, and now we have benchmarked this ZLT for the entire world, and we are proud to say that Prime Minister's constituency in Varanasi is following this ZLT for all the industry in that constituency. So, talking about ZLD's implementation, we are now every day recycling about 13 crore liters of water. 13 crores of liters of water is recycled and reused. 96% of the water is reused, which means 13 crore liter of water has not been depleted from the ground. First thing. And second thing, 13 crore liter is 50% of the Tamil Nadu's population's consumption, every day's consumption. So that is the volume of water that we are saving and reusing it, and which is again a great model being praised by most of the European retailers. And again, when we talk about the renewable energy sources also, we were not expecting all these norms that are going to be a hurdle for our business, but still we want to have a renewable source which has been started maybe in 2 decades before we started investing on the renewable energy sources. Today's Tripur's industry requirement is about 250 megawatts, of which we are producing. The entire industry has invested in the totally they have invested about 2,250 megawatts both in wind and solar, which is the district requirement is 750 megawatts only. We are distributing the entire surplus to the neighboring districts, and we are already, we should say that we are carbon neutral as a cluster. But the main challenge we face is when I say about the standalone units and 95% of the MSMEs, when I talk about this renewable solar energy, it has been invested by a group of people, big industrialists. It is not invested by each and every industry. Maybe the 20,000 standalone units, they cannot able to afford to do it. But the entire credit comes from the major people who invest on these industry, the renewable energy sources. And we are expecting some government policies. And now we are sensitizing the industry, the complete entire supply chain, where all the small, even the small industries have to switch over to small ETPs, and they have to implement the renewable sources energy also. Because when this DPP, the digital passport thing is coming into effect, maybe in another year's time, the entire supply chain has to be is accountable, and buyers need the traceability. Even if I buy a small sticker for making it into the garment or fixing into the garment, it has to come into the DPP norms. So we are already on it, and we are sensitizing the entire value chain, and we are educating them. And we are also recommending the government to support the MSMEs on certifications because it is an initial stage of implementing the sustainability and ESG audits, which cost a lot of money. For example, if I talk about Blue Design alone charges 25 lakh rupees, which is not affordable for small players. So government is also now listening to us, and they also wants to subsidize the charges, and the industry can also give a small contribution. Government also will put in the major contribution so that we can able to align into the DPP norms. And this is how we are now keeping us ready to encounter any kind of challenges as far as the sustainability norms are concerned. Because the buyers these days, they doesn't want any cheap factories, cheapest products or cheapest factories. They want the most compliant and most cleanest factories to work with them. By this way, Tirupur, as such, as we speak, we are investing on green energy. We are investing on, for example, we are now, I have planted in the last 11 years, we have planted about 2.5 million trees with a sustainability rate of 90%. Whereas the last summer, the neighboring districts were 1.5 degree more than us, and we are 1.5 degree lesser than the other districts. And our water table before 10 years was when we want to take water from the ground, we have to at least dig around 800 to 1,000 feet. Now it is 100 to 150 feet. That is how we have done. And we have regenerated a lot of lakes across the district. And as far as the ESG norms are concerned, most of the government schools are adopted by the industry. And our GER rate, what is the GER rate? Means gross enrollment rate. The people who pass out from the 12th and joining the college, Tirupur district's GER rate is 98%, whereas the country's rate is 28%, whereas the state rate is 52%. That is how we are contributing to the ESG things also. Since there is a sort of time, I want to leave from this, and I can able to give you more inputs on Tirupur's ESG practices if I have another chance in another platform. Thank you so much for the
Yes, thank you very much. I think you are doing what the future of India is looking forward to.
One thing we want to add as a industry in Tirupur, industrialist in Tirupur, basically we are all from the farming background. Any industry you take, we are all from the farming background. It is not for the industry requirement we are doing all this ESG norms. It is for what we earn now, what are the cars we buy, what are the house we build. Our kid has to live in that. So to leave a good earth to which our forefathers given us, we are taking all these initiatives apart from the business perspective. Thank you. Sir.
I'll request, Sulakshana to get in touch. We have already in touch, but to concretize this as a model for other clusters. And you said already Prime Minister's constituency is trying to adopt that, so that's a good news. But we need to spread this message to all other clusters, how best it can be done.
Sir, one more thing I want to add. You want to have 100 Shahis and 100 Welspans, and you have to have 100 Tirupurs also in across the country.
Yeah, sure.
See, we are densely populated, and a lot of entrepreneurs are coming up with the different scales.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Anurag Gupta, you are online? Can you hear? Yeah, great. The question to you is, your work at Usha Yarns demonstrates how garment waste can be brought back into the value chain to create new yarns and fabrics. So it's a recycling of the waste material, how to make wealth out of the waste, basically. And this is the circularity that you can develop in the system. So what kind of ecosystem across brands, manufacturers, and policymakers is needed to scale such circular models across India's textile and apparel industry? Your experience, can you share something that can be useful for other clusters?
Thank you, Mr. Gulati. We started about 20 years ago on this journey, and it has been a very slow progression because till then it was more of downcycling. Textiles were being reused, but for downstream applications, whether wadding or you would use it for as dusters or wipes. The challenge was to put textile waste back into garments. So, and whenever you have to sell yarn for garments, the requirement is that the quality has to be consistent, very consistent. And we actually took about 20 years to work around processes, how to collect the waste, how to recycle it, a lot of modifications in the machinery so that the yarn which comes out is very consistent. And then, of course, complying with all the sustainability requirements that are coming up today in terms of water, energy, and all the certifications. So a slow journey, but we are in a position where most of our yarn is being taken up by brands, and a large number of brands actually nominate our yarns to their suppliers to use, and they have kind of using it as a model to put forward their stories of recycled materials. In the longer term, if you look at the larger picture, the story is that there is enough fiber on the planet. If you can recycle all of it, you don't need to produce fresh fiber. So that can be the utopian goal. But today we are still at a very nascent stage. This journey has just started. And today the world is actually asking for it. And any entrepreneur who decides to be a part of this journey has, so this is like a sunrise sector within the textile industry. So a lot of things have happened when it comes to manufacturing. They've become very competitive. There's enough supply. But here in recycled textiles, there is still a huge latent demand, and the availability is very limited when it comes to quality and consistency of the supplies. I think we all understand the importance of recycling and sustainability. Speakers before me have already spoken at length. The only thing is to commit. So this commitment will come at all three levels, whether in terms of regulatory measures being put in place, or in terms of knowledge sharing, in terms of knowledge being created, because still there is a lot of knowledge which needs to be developed to make it a mainstream activity. And then, of course, the third is to capital investment to take it forward. So all three levels when it comes to recycling and sustainability at large are required. The interface has to be at all three levels if we really have to take this forward.
Great. Well, thank you very much. This is useful. I was just wondering, when you talk about recycling as part of the sustainability, overall sustainability of the planet, I happened to go to US and I found trousers with recycled plastic bottles. Is anyone doing that type of work in India?
Karur is doing.
That has become a
Why
very standard
that is
product.
not being sold with that brand? This is where the issue is.
So let me kind of explain to you that fiber made out of bottle recycling is a very, very standard product. It is a fully matured industry in India. Every garment manufacturer is using it. And the next thing, today, when you talk of circular economy, the preference is not bottle to fiber, that is, we are talking of bottle to bottle. So recycled bottles are being used for producing fresh bottles, and the aim is to produce circular textiles. That means textile to textile recycling. Bottle to textile is something which is already past, standardized, matured, and now being considered something which is on the sunset, to the extent that we want bottle to bottle as a circular industry, and textile to textile as a circular industry.
Good. Anyway, I think as far as we are still buying things looking at the price tag. When I look at the price tag, it doesn't specify this is made from the such a recycled material. I think that brand power has to
This
come
is
up.
what I'm saying, that this is also related to the first statement I made, regulatory measures.
Yeah.
To how we want to put regulations in place to specify qualities, to specify content, to specify requirements of sustainability. We start from there, and then, of course, knowledge creation.
Okay, good. All right. Mr. Damodaran, General Secretary, SEMA. So you have to tell what is Sima.
Yes, right.
Tirupur has established itself as a globally competitive manufacturing hub, and with Sima's vision to leverage FTAs, free trade agreements, to nurture 5 to 10 global brands over the next 2 to 3 years. The focus is on building brands while further strengthening manufacturing. In this context, what kind of manufacturing capabilities and skilling ecosystem is needed, particularly in fabric, quality, design, integration, and product differentiation, and how can Tirupur ensure that its products stand as strong as those of, we heard in home textiles, this is a standard brand,
Yes.
well spun.
Welspun is
Yeah. So what sort of other brands you could be creating which are global?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gulati ji. I come from Tirupur. I represent South Indian South Indian Hosiery Manufacturers Association, established in 1956. So it is almost 70 years old association, one of the oldest association in the South India. So we were having a dialogue with Gulati ji 3 weeks back when he came to Tirupur. So that time we were discussing about the establishing a brand, homegrown brands in EU, because this is a good opportunity after this FTA. We have 10 to 12% straight away upper hand than the brands in the EUs, all existing brands in the EUs, because the cost we straight away will get a 10 to 12% upper hand. So that is the one thing we want to establish, minimum of 5 to 10 brands from Tirupur to an international standards for an international market, maybe in the European Union or any other FTA countries. Like 38 countries we have made an FTAs. So anything we have been planning to do those things, and that is what we have targeted, and this is the target we are planning to achieve in another 2 to 3 years, maybe in 2027, as the DPP is coming into existence in European Union. That is also going to play a vital role on the homegrown brands, because we need to adopt those systems. We need to follow all those criteria to establish those to compete with the competitor brands in the European Union. So when coming into what are the criteria for fabrics or upskillings? So already Tirupur as such, we are already supplying for the almost every brands in our globe. So already we have equipped all the systems. So that definitely that is not going to affect the homegrown brands also to adopt those systems and leverage those things in Europe and other international standards. So that is where we are planning to make few, at least, because here in India we have more than 100 brands established particularly in knitwear and particularly in undergarments. So maybe at least we'll take 5 to 10 brands to a global level, so that like a Jockey, maybe the Jockey is one of the international brand. We are all the things we copy from the brand who creates a lot of R&D, do R&D in fabrics and even the waistbands. So they do. Likewise, we are also planning to establish center of excellence in nylon, particularly in nylon, because the nylon is going to be the another big MMF product, which is going to rule the world in the premium segments. So nylon, definitely in Tirupur, we don't have such facilities in processing or knitting and making the fabrics. So we are in a plan of action to make a center of excellence for our nylon, but particularly for our nylon. And we are in a verge to make a tour with industries like where the nylon is produced, like in Korea, where the nylon is highly competitive, in China, like that. So maybe in the month of May, we are urged to go for a China trip where the this content fair is happening, and we will acquire the knowledge from those peoples, and definitely we'll make a hope. We'll get some good brands from Tirupur. Will be established in another maybe in 2030. We'll be having a minimum of 5 brands established in the European Unions.
Good. Chalo, good. That's nice to see. Next time when we go to US or Europe, we'll see whether that brand is selling there. Because at present, majority of the product that is being produced in India is for foreign brands.
White labeling.
Anjani, you were there when we went to Bihar, right? That Pearl Global facility. And what was written was producing for coal, right? So penetrating and creating a brand is a very uphill task, right? Yes, we must do. Even today, I don't see any Chinese brand. It is all made for others. I mean, anything that you see, made in China, but the brand is
White labeling.
They're acquiring all the brands now.
no, that's good enough.
Yeah.
But still,
How Udipji acquired that towel factory. They
then you will have to hire some Sardar to get that done in Tirupur.
I think strategists like Udipji, we need to hire someone.
That's right. Okay, thanks a lot. Good luck to you, and we look forward to brand building. But before brand building, at least made in India, I see now all these big stores being flooded. Earlier it was all China, China, China. Now it's Bangladesh and Levi's and others. They are capturing those brands, making for them. So, I mean, suddenly it is so visible and tangible. And I still don't feel made in India. Oh, kahin corner mein sabse sasta wala.
We have to see made in India, at least in India, sir.
We are part of that.
Yes, rightly mentioned by Kumar.
So that we have to, anyway, so it's a long haul. This is to Saurabh Kumar. Saurabh ji, you are there? With
Yes.
global markets, particularly the EU and UK, moving towards stricter ESG, traceability and due diligence requirements, including initiatives such as the digital product passport. Now we need digital product passport for the product. What is the journey? How prepared are Indian apparel exporters to meet these emerging standards? Can we really do it from AEPC Apex perspective? What steps are being taken to help exporters adapt to these requirements while also effectively utilizing FTAs to remain competitive in global markets? In the second session, you had mentioned about digitalization. Yes, please.
Thank you, Professor Gulati, and thank you, ICRIER, for this session. Yes, the European Union and UK, they are moving towards the stricter regulations related to EAG, particularly ESPR, CSDDD, etc. And this is also true that Indian apparel industry is not completely ready for these changing regulations, particularly the MSME segment. Though some of the large companies, they have already started making changes in their factories and hiring consultant, etc. But given the cost factor of hiring the consultants and making changes in the production line and acquiring these certification, micro segment, smaller units, they are not able to do it. One specific challenge is the lack of awareness, because the garment industry is scattered across the country, and those where it is situated in clusters like Tirupur or let's say in Panipat and Ludhiana, they are doing comparatively well. But those factories or those units which are not in any clusters, they lack information, they lack awareness, what to do, where, how to get the certification, and of course, the costing part is also there. From the point of view of Apparel Export Promotion Council, we are organizing a number of capacity building programs for our members in different clusters, and also trying to penetrate in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities also, with the collaboration of a number of NGOs and like-minded organizations. We are collaborating with the CRB, Green Story, and several other organizations. But of course, the task is very huge. The country is very huge. There are multiple stakeholders, multiple factories. With regard to the costing, some of our competitor country have some very wonderful schemes. Unfortunately, India is lagging behind in that part. We have already proposed a very interesting scheme to the government of India, and we have done several round of discussion with them, where we have proposed to provide long-term financing up to 70 to 80% at a very subsidized interest rate to procure latest technology to make changes in the factory to make it ESG compliant, or to adopt solar, or to implement the latest technology and machinery. And sooner or later, we will hear some positive news. Another positive news is that during this recent budget, Honorable Finance Minister has also announced the tax eco scheme. But of course, the ministry is in the final phase of finalizing the draft, and we will soon know what are their similarly, Textile Ministry itself is also preparing schemes to subsidize some of the certification and documentation which are required to export into the European market. Sooner or later, it will also be implemented. So, on behalf of APC, I would say that we are also open to collaborate with the ICRIER and other stakeholders to create awareness and to create a buzz among the garment industry. Over
Great.
to you, sir.
Thank you very much. We will be happy to work with you in that direction. My team, and we can strengthen that team. Another 2 years to go at least in this direction. I want to see the needle moving up from 3% overall. I'm
Yes.
stuck there. Unless things change at that level, अपने लिए तो ठीक है, कर ही रहे हैं कुछ.
Yeah, we are the one actually who are facing the heat, because we have been given ambitious target of $40 billion by 2030, and
Good
almost
luck.
every month we are scolded for it.
Yeah, I'll have to have a separate lunch with Mr. Kansal for $40 billion. Okay, last but not the least, Dr. Kanupriya Gupta. She is a senior economist with ADB, Asian Development Bank. All the money is in her pocket because she is financing some of the clusters in India to move in the direction with standards of ESG and also, of course, exports, but she wants to see something happening on the ground. And with all the money, I had the privilege of being her colleague at some stage, old stories, but he's saying he is ready to work with us. Can you open a center of excellence in ICRIER to look into your clusters? So what is ADB doing? How far do you see the implementation process that the government is saying? Because you're working very closely with the government. And, I'm a free bird. I can always, government gives a lot of good slogans, but how much is on the ground? And since you are interacting day to day with them, so give us some flavor. And since you have international exposure, How's it in Bangladesh or Vietnam, or if China has gone far ahead?
So thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. And he's being very humble. He has not been my colleague. He has been my advisor throughout. He was my boss. So thank you so much for bringing me so far.
When the students or colleagues start doing better than the bosses, that's where the biggest satisfaction is. Children have to do better than us.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you for the opportunity and the wonderful piece of research. It has been very, very insightful. So from ADB side, what I would like to inform, we have this opportunity of working with Ministry of Textiles. It's been now more than 1.5 years. We have been engaging, brainstorming, discussing a lot of how to improve the overall ecosystem and transforming the textile industry in the country. So ADB has also been working in past 5 years. We have been working with various countries, including all the competitors, which includes Vietnam, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and even China.
Wow.
So we have projects in all these countries. And the projects range from industrial infra, sustainability standards, blended finance, green financing, cluster ecosystem building, everything. And now we have this opportunity to support India with this ecosystem building and just ramping up the whole competitiveness bit. I also would like to inform that, so three pillars: scale, competitiveness, and sustainability. I'm happy to inform we, like Rohit sir also informed, and all of us now, we know that we have now right ecosystem policy reforms to just, ride this wave. And ADB has been supporting the ministry in all the 3 schemes, which is PM Mitra Park, Tech Eco, and the team. In the PM Mitra Park, so I would like to inform, in the PM Mitra Park, it was announced before, but there were 3 interventions which ADB has been supporting and will continue to support. One is, and we also say that, basically the main thing, the 3 learnings from ADB side is what we need is the strong implementation framework, coordination and convergence, and the champions. Unless and until we have these, it's very difficult to accelerate. So in the PM Mitra Park, there were 3 interventions. One is the land allotment policy, which was there, but the right nuts and bolts were not there. It was not integrated. For example, the social infra, the transparency, the pre-allotment, allotment, and the post-allotment phases. So we worked with the government to strengthen the land allotment policy for all the 7 Mitra Parks. Out of 7 Mitra Parks, 3 PM Mitra Parks were PPP. So we provided the transaction advisory to do the bidding and the RFP processes for all the 3, PPP PM Mitra Parks. Second is that in this, we also supported in the sustainability framework. So we are in right now in designing the entire this sustainability framework, which includes 13 indicators, 42 parameters, all the parameters, which includes energy efficiency, water, renewables, ZLD, everything is there in that sustainability framework. With all this, I think it will meet its international benchmark. The third is now, how do you monitor all this? It is there, but how do you? So we are now in the process of doing this monitoring, traceability, and institutional architecture, which it is in the design phase. And it will include project management information system where the ministry can see online live what is happening, how much the construction has taken place, what is the sustainability measures, how much the finance disbursements have taken place. So all this ecosystem building, we have been now working with the Ministry of Textiles and really hope the implementation goes very smooth. And because of this, now there is some trust, and now the ministry has been given 10 another mega parks. So this is one piece. The second piece is on clusters, where the team scheme has been announced, and which focuses on access to affordable finance, operational excellence, cluster ecosystem, and cluster competitiveness. We informed them about all the pain points we have been experiencing on the field. For example, a very small story in Varanasi, when I was speaking with a weaver and the small player, textile player, I saw one of the weaver coming with a sari, that was a silk sari, a beautiful sari, but he was bringing that sari in a polythene. And I was like, what is this? He said, this sari, he took 6 months to weave that sari, and that sari costed 35,000 rupees. There was no, basically marketing, branding, packaging, nothing. So I think those are the levels at which we really need to intervene with these weavers. They do just amazing work, but you feel pain when you see them, not basically going through proper skilling. So all these things now, the Center of Excellence, everything is now incorporated in the team scheme. And then we have very important for competitiveness, for market access, international, this tech eco scheme, where we have taken all international experiences built in this tech eco scheme. It has recycling mega hubs, textile recovery facilities, ZLD, everything is there in this tech eco scheme. And lastly, and we will continue this dialogue for next 7 years, just 2 main points is that coordination is along other ministries very, very important. For example, chemical ministry, where there is overlap and discussions are needed on chemical and dye regulation, sustainability and environmental norms, raw material alignment, all these things they need to discuss with a chemical ministry. MSME ministry, there's technology centers, there's Udyam Seva Kendra, there's cluster modernization. We need to also discuss with MSME ministry, skilling ministry, DPIIT, industrial park rating system. And one more very important thing is urban ministry, where recently they have come up with city economic region or cities as growth hub. I don't think I have been now discussing and having this dialogue with Textiles Ministry that they have this Urban Challenge Fund, which says that all these ministries, even industry is basically it's part of this Urban Challenge Fund, where they can draw this 30% on the interventions where there is PPP modality and it is part of city economic region. It's basically a magnet for growth. So anything which is a magnet for growth and brings jobs and competitiveness is part of that Urban Challenge Fund. So as ADB, we will ensure that we bring this coordination in, because we are working with different ministries and we will make that this convergence takes place. Last point is that we will be engaged with Textile Ministry for next 7 years, and we will be funding these schemes partly, and we will bring in the implementation mechanism, the strong framework, and it will be results-based lending framework, where the disbursements will only happen when the results are met, whether it is related to custom modernization, sustainability, parks, and everything. But we would need all your support in doing all kind of research. You are our eyes and ears to inform us. And we will continue these dialogues through stakeholder consultations, or what are the results of the implementation, or where we are going wrong. All these things, I think, will continue in years and months to come. I stop here,
Great.
sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kanu. 7 years investment, massive investment, and at the back of that is what the global standards are. Other countries have done it, and how India can. How much is the money you are putting with Government of India? Chalo.
When it is
Yeah. Okay. You please build in somewhere monitoring and evaluation by the third party. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We have third party.
Oh, great. Wonderful. That's what is needed, but they shouldn't sing the same song or same music which the government wants them. The reality has to change on the ground. So the taste of the pudding is in eating. So I'll be convinced when that 3% goes to 6%. So rest is all process, inputs. Since you said result oriented, that is where the results are. Okay, great. This has been wonderful. I'm so happy I made so many notes and I was listening to you so attentively. It's great. We can ask any question. It's only a trade-off between the food and the food for thought or food for stomach. So I think a few questions we can have because this was very interesting. Anyone? Comments? Yes, please. Go ahead. Please introduce yourself. There's the mic.
You did, but I can't.
Yeah. Go ahead. Mhm. Wonderful.
At this last session, the previous session, for as somebody representing the largest Russian bank, I would want to of course, take your views and also present some of my 2 cents here that somehow people do not think of Russia as an alternate market when it comes to most of the merchandise exports from India, which is surprising because as a country we are still less than 1% of Russia's total textile imports. We are less than our trade basket surprisingly has grown multifold after Ukraine war. And yet we are, from the export standpoint, we are just 10% of the total bilateral trade basket. What's even more surprising is that there are amazing opportunities, considering that Europeans and US brands have exited the country quite recently. So if you walk into any Russian retailer, retail store today, you will find empty shelves, which were earlier occupied by US brands and European brands. So there is a clear opportunity for Indian brands to fill that gap. The people used to think that banking and trade finance and payments are a challenge because of sanctions, but that has been bridged. So yeah, Mr. Chatrat is here. I believe there is a lot of demand in Russia for home linens and such products. Some of the companies, without naming them, are also supplying. What could be the immediate few action steps that we can take to bridge this gap and find an alternate market?
I would go beyond even well-spun towels. You need to have lunch with the person sitting at your back. He has produced a report, Harshvardhan, on exports to CIS countries, keeping focus on Russia and in the agriculture sector. Okay, you can share that, but also in the textile, because that's a big market already opening for us, and I think these bilateral relations. But one little question, yeah, go ahead.
So, gentlemen, you are the one we are searching in Tirupur.
So take him to Tirupur.
Yeah, because we are exploring as a Tirupurian, we are exploring the Russian market, and our exports to Russia is keep on increasing. The only bottleneck we have is the payments and the payment gateways and the payment systems. So we have a huge potential, and we will during the lunchtime.
Yeah, you should sit down with him over lunch.
Yeah.
Even the banks.
And we also invite you to our association to interact with our members and to offer your products and how you can help us to grow the business. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mine is stuck at less than 1% of our share in the Russian market, and I hope in very soon, in a few years' time, it will be 5% or more than that.
Good. Kanu, if you permit me, asking one last question, perhaps. You talked about supporting 7 PM Mitra Parks, and then you had also said, if I got it right, 10 other mega parks.
Yes.
उसमें कहीं बिहार वाला कुछ है? Reason being, it's very important. When we went to Tirupur or any other place you go to, employees are basically from Bihar, Jharkhand, this. So it's the cheap labor, Odisha, that is going all the way. Even to Bhuj maybe, right? So the question is, why don't factories capital go there, to Bihar?
Yes.
All
Uh-huh. You have, okay. We're putting up. तो उसमें ये 10 mega parks में है.
Challenge method.
It's a challenge. अब तो डबल इंजन की सरकार है बिहार में, उड़ीसा में भी. You know, Pearl Global has opened one, how many, 600 people were there?
800 now.
Yeah, within next 2 years, 1 year, I think they plan 3,000 workers and 90% are women. So it's a transformation in Bihar. We have committed to study that properly, but it's one big factory that's coming up. But then the cluster creation of that and then all these sustainability measures, ZLDs and others are all missing. So that's where you can. Exactly. तो उड़ीसा में जा रही है, बिहार में नहीं जा रहे. आपको कहा नहीं उन्होंने.
Sir, all I also want to say that one of the rising sector where ADB has started doing a value chain analysis are technical textiles. But it is really very fragmented. When we see the value chain, I feel that some bit it's owned up by textiles, while some bit will be owned by MSME, maybe Ministry of Commerce. So it's gonna be very, fragmented. So we need a lot of coordination and convergence for technical textiles, which is one of the most rising sector now.
I agree, but you look at from a macro perspective. Bihar's per capita income was the lowest in 2000 amongst all states. It is lowest even today.
Yes.
Okay. So if we are wedded to development, that should be given a high priority. The problem is about 55% of their workforce is engaged in agriculture, and the holding size is only 0.39 hectares. Am I right? 0.39 hectares. So they cannot eke out their livelihood from this size of the plot. They need to move out, and it's a very cheap labor. So I think you will do a great, they will bless you. I mean, it's a real humanitarian aid in terms of business model rather than freebies. That is what we need to create.
Month only we went and met the CS, and I am engaged now with the industry secretary on the MSME.
Chal. आप हमें साथ ले जाओ. Okay, because we were there. Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. And I think going past 2-3 years back, Jharkhand tried this experiment. And I believe it was too much of subsidy and to be stolen away too fast. So 6-7 big textile corporates from the North India did actually go there. And they started the units, took away the subsidies, got this employment subsidy also where 50% of workers' wages got paid. And now again it's a desert. Nothing is left there, and they have just gone off. So I think this disease of over subsidy and states competing for subsidy and with subsidy, I think this is not going to play a big ball in the future.
At Tirupur, I was asking them, why don't you invest there?
No,
so they brought one person who has invested there, one of the big players in Madhya Pradesh. So मैंने कहा चलो विंध्याचल तक तो आए ऊपर आओ.
Sir, as per the Tirupur Exporters Association, where all the governments are approaching us from Bihar or Odisha or Chhattisgarh, but what we are advocating is 95% of us are MSMEs. We cannot afford to come and invest in your states. In fact, you identify the entrepreneurs from your state who are aspiring to start this textile industry. We will train them. We will give the access to them to the markets, international or domestic also. And we will also share a little bit of investment from our side so that our investment is also guaranteed and we have some local person taking care of the entire operations. That is viable for us because this industry is like we are running on wafer thin margins. We cannot afford to take a risk on the investments, which when I go to Bihar, we have a lot of opportunities, increasing this 3% to 6%. This has to be taken up by the other state governments. They have to work on this way, sir. By this way, we can start many industries over there.
Good. Anyone else? Yes, please. देखो बिहार का नाम लिया तो कैसे बिहारी एकदम. This is what is called commitment. And
No, I am so happy to see that.
please give your background.
Yeah, so my name is Irina Sinha and I'm from Bihar. I work for an organization called PCI. I've been in this development sector for more than 3 decades now.
And part of the Bihar government.
Working very closely with women and particularly trying out different ways of promoting entrepreneurship amongst women. So it's really, so good and glad to see that we are talking about sharing our commitments of how we need to really work with the women, particularly when it comes to the textile sector. And so today, let's recommit ourselves to creating a textile sector and also creating textile where there is more fairness, sustainability, and equality when we look at women. Because we cannot forget the history of the International Women's Day, which started in 1909, was all about, women who were in the garment sector in the New York City and how they started advocating for their rights. So it's also important that while we look at it, we need to be very sensitive about what kind of a textile sector and how sensitive are we towards women. I just wanted to make that point because you rightly said that a large percentage of the workers in the textile sector are women, and it's important for us to focus on that. We will connect with you to discuss about Bihar. Thank you so much.
So maybe I may take the last chance. My name is Rajveer Singh, and I mainly work with MSMEs. And so far, I have worked with about 140 clusters in Southeast Asia, and including ADB and World Bank. I worked with ADB Manila for NCR, Delhi, Dhaka, and Colombo. My only one word suggestion is that if you capacitate industry associations. I worked with tea for 15-20 years. In fact, Project Vikas was started by me in Tirupur, and I set up a lot of infrastructure also there. The only lesson is if you capacitate industry associations, you don't need any subsidy, nothing is required. You produce Shakti Whales, 40, 30, 50, identify leadership who can actually do the hand holding, and you need not to have any kind of this subsidy or anything. I tried in Bihar in say about 20 years ago. I prepared some food processing units in from Maharashtra. I was working there for a World Bank project. I brought them to for the chili processing and everything. The social fabric doesn't allow, currently setting up of any kind of large scale industry there. That's a major issue.
Bihar creates perhaps the largest number of politicians in the country.
Exactly.
That is even bigger challenge than the entrepreneurs running the industry. Why they can't get into economics, the entrepreneurship?
I took pro bono initiative. I went to meet one of the commissioners. I told him, look, these people would like to invest here. He straightway asked me, what is your interest? I told him, I'm a consultant. So no, what is your interest? First, tell us about your interest. So we need to change, this.
My interest in Bihar is only one thing. I don't want to see after 3 years Bihar still at the bottom or 2030 still at the bottom. Can it make 3, places up?
I did, I think, 10 studies, including these different areas, including artisans also. But nothing fortified. They just move, your proposal to the central government. There was a scheme earlier on which, you have to get it approved by the state government. They never, put forward, any of your proposals to the central government before, doing some social work. I mean.
Chalo. Anyone else? Otherwise, a big applause to our speakers here. I also want to thank my team who has worked relentlessly and amazing, literally 2 solid reports within 1 year. And hopefully by July, the book should be on the table giving this. Kanu, can I request you, okay? Because you have that international experience and ADB is funding. Is it possible for you to write 5, 7, or any one of your team? What are the lessons that India, from ADB perspective? You know, we are doing our academic work and all the analysis, but since you are putting the money on the table in these countries, what is your experience where India needs to catch up and fast? So if that would be done, then I think some of these, because nothing moves without money. That's the problem. Thank you very much for your patience. I'm so grateful to all of you because to me it is a treat always. I can always go on fast for my food for thought. But now yes, please.
Thank you, sir, for complimenting our chairman and mentor, Shaktivel, sir. We don't need 40 or 50 Shaktivels. We also need 40 and 50 Gulati, sir, and his team. For the next round of growth. To be very, very honest, when the delegates came 3 weeks before to Tirupur, I was like, every week, 2-3 people like this, they used to come to our associations, have discussions. End of the day, nothing happens. And we were definitely in front of them only, I'm telling, we were thinking that, okay, it is again another one group added, wasting our another 1 hour's time.
You know, arranging that space into 30 minutes.
Mhm.
There was bank, Union Bank in the building. He asked, he was one of the boards of the bank, so he just called in front of me and asked them to shift somewhere else. Now we have video conferencing facility in that building.
Yeah,
I set up that,
yeah.
from the Microsoft side. We invested about 1 CR in that. So this is not very depends on leadership.
You know, this is when there is fire in the belly, decisions are quick, straight. Go ahead, implement.
Thank you, sir. And definitely, you not only deserve Padma Shri, you deserve more also in the days to come. And we definitely expect. Yeah. Yeah, and I was just wondering, like, when people were talking, you were in a bank board as a director, then you were with the agriculture department, then you are sitting in Washington. Now you are sitting in this room. And on a lighter note, we also found that you have some good deposit in the bank. With that note, on behalf of all the participants and speakers, thank you, ICRIER, and thank you, ICRIER team, for a great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lunch is served outside finally.
Great.